let's get started for the day. I've got to fix a few things. Last time we left off, I was in the middle of trying to change out... That's pretty small, actually. Let me zoom in a little bit. Trying to rework the stations that I'm working on to have their own individual types. And I was going to implement the functionality of those types via composition in the actual station scripts. I don't entirely remember my structure, but I'm pretty sure I wrote it down. Yeah, there it is. That's a lot of whiteboarding that I did. But I don't think I ever answered a few questions that I need to probably answer. Particularly including what goes where. Because I have these. I can make these, which I actually have some of them. But I need to draw a line, I think, on what functionality is included in these and how that functionality is included in these. And do I even need station anymore? First of all, the fact that these aren't monobehaviors means that I don't really need to include serialized variables in them. I mean, I could, I guess, but there wouldn't really be much of a point if I were to export something to a JSON file, I think. Considering that, well, maybe these two, I guess. I'm pretty sure game objects might already be serialized. But this one's not. Even if it's not, though, I've made this public and static. I don't need that. And this one doesn't even interact with it. Okay. Think I've got everything I need. Up. 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 What do I have in here? This is the functionality for the idle. But there's no transform that I can pull from. I can make a constructor for this. implementation object. I don't know if that's very clear though. Hey, okay. Apparently holding down shift doesn't do anything to me. If I just ask them to pass in the station script, I'm pretty sure I can get the game object from the station script that they pass me. Because I believe components have references directly to their game objects. Fudge. Implementation station. Station implementing. Station of implementing? Of implementation. I guess I would need to pass in a spawnable object in here. Or do I? I do. Oh, that's right. Yeah, ambiguity between this and the generic instantiation from the spawner. The spawner's kind of moot with this. I mean, maybe I'll figure something else out that I could use the spawner for, but if I'm performing generic instantiations on objects that these classes have to own, it's kind of no point. So we will pass through game object. And currently it's spawnable object. Why are these protected? These should be private. Private. I didn't make this abstract anymore, did I? Oh, it is abstract. Never mind. I think that was one of the things that I was wrestling with. I had to end early last time, so I didn't really get a chance to clean things up, unfortunately, since then. So now we're doing that. That's what this morning is for. How many of these are mixed? Okay. This is a tabs household. Wait. Yeah, okay. Do I need to store this? You know, having all of this be based off of the untested theory that this object.instantiation will actually perform an instantiation within the world space and not just kinda flop probably isn't a good idea. I should probably test to make sure object.instantiation actually does the instantiation. You know what? Actually, this should be... I'll store a reference. This should actually be up top. Contains a lot of juicy details. And then spawnable object. Yep. I don't know if a consumer needs to store anything necessarily. I feel like I'll have to... Ooh, you know what? A storage state. Storage type station would probably be a good idea too. That would probably work somewhat like the consumer or the converter, but it would have to have separate functionality to return objects in a specific manner. It'd probably be a queue or a stack, and then it would just you just press E on it to get whatever the item that was either last input or first input out of it. Probably last input. I think I'm probably gonna go with stack first, and then we'll try that out. consider it further, I guess is probably a better explanation for that. I tried today, well, for the latter half of this week, I tried to do scheduled tweets on Twitter. And so far they seem to be working pretty well. At least in terms of them going off on time. I'm the one that doesn't go off on time. Oopsies. I wonder if I do this, I wonder if it will show up on anything that I implement this variable onto. That'd be fun to try. And stream idle's not something extremely detrimental to try it on. Oh, I need that position. Maybe I should store that. That sounds like a storable thing. Is that not? Can now reference a non-static. Okay, so instead we'll do this then. Wait, starting to wonder if I was sick the past few days and I just didn't realize it. Okay. On player interacted event doesn't exist? Wait, what did I put in the... Wait, no, it's right here. What do you mean it didn't? It doesn't... What do you mean? No overload for on-player interaction matches delegate on player interacted. Right. Oh, there are ads coming, by the way, pretty soon. Feel free to mute your browsers. Hopefully they stave off just a little bit to allow you to do so before they begin. OBS says they haven't started yet, but the delay might catch up before I'm ready. Before you're ready. Well, you know what? Do I really need to pass this through? I guess I don't want it to be the same orientation and position every single time, though. That's kind of why I had it be set up as an argument. What if I did one of these? Oh, I was reading that. Okay, well that's obviously not it. Using the generic type player interacted T requires one type argument. Okay. Do you want me to define that in the variable? What do you want me to do about that? I must not understand entirely how generics work. Generic types. Oh, my shift key is coming off. That's what's happening. No wonder it's not working as well as I wanted to. That's what it wants. Okay, it wants me to specify what the delegate's type is in the variable. That means I'd have to make multiple events. Ugh, I was kind of hoping that I could have one that I could use over and over again with just different types, but I guess that makes sense. What if I give it a var? I wonder if it would be upset about that. I don't think it likes that. There's a point in that then. Unfortunately, having player interaction be something that I handle generically just can't happen. It seems. I was hoping that I could pass it through to an event. And then I could fire off the event whenever that happened in a somewhat generic fashion. But I need to have some generic reference to a non-player interaction event. And I really don't want to use strings for an args array. Params. Welcome back from the ads, by the way. I know it's been a second. The only problem with it is that I need the station that implements the station functionality type to have a reference, to have some way that it can access a player interaction event for each of these. Can I do that non-generically? Maybe. I mean, I guess they're all gonna have... I don't know if I'm going to pull them in as just generic interaction events anyway. Or interaction, sorry, generic station types. Oh no. I ruined it. I've soiled it. You don't even know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to tie my tea bag off to my handle so I don't have to worry about it falling into my tea and disappearing into the bottom. It's happened before and I really don't like it. Not a fan. It's not really helpful when the tea bag does keep slipping back into the tea. Well, I'm trying to make a knot. I need you to stay put. Give me just 1 second. Need to go get a pair of tweezers. This is a tiny string to work with. I think I got it though. There we go. Heck yeah. Okay. That's the most stressful part of the entire day, hopefully. Well, you know what? I am putting this one in here like this. I don't know why tooltip is still here. That should be gone. That should go away. I need that to not exist anymore. Ooh, hello, Zelda Techie. Thanks for the lurk. I'm cleaning up a mess that I made. And, Visual Studio is being Visual Studio, apparently. Oh, it's really being Visual Studio. You can't hear, but I'm emotionless. WFH. What is WFH? Is that weird F in here? Work from home, maybe? Work from home, probably. That's right. He's hybrid. Okay. Oh, I got rid of it. Wow, look at that. I don't know how I got rid of the tooltip, but I got rid of it. Beats me. Yeah, I guess there's not really a point of me having these in here. Never mind. The idea was interesting, but they're not common enough for it to make any sense. And yeah, I'll just have to keep them public. So we can put this back then. Quaternion rotation. There we are. So now we should be able to now the parent will be able to directly just call these whenever they need to. Hopefully this doesn't break things as much as I think it's going to with fixed update frames, physics, and assigning events. Because I'm doing things on player interacting with triggers. And those don't seem to be the most reliable things so far. I might have to set something via trigger and then trigger it on an update instead of having it be triggered on fixed update. So that way it's not losing functionality. So this one, think it doesn't have on player entered for some reason. Override. Okay. All right. I could make parent station something that this owns and make this protected. Just give every one of these a reference to its parent, basically. Well, do they really need that? Because I feel like in most cases, since the parent has a direct reference to this script, I don't need cyclical references. The only reason that I have this yeah, that might get too... That might be a bit too complex. I only have this in here. If I end up needing it for other scripts, then I'll implement it. I don't need something with a reference to this that has a reference to that, because I can just pass the information that I need from the parent to the child. From the host to the hosted. I guess. Okay, so far things have been kind of cleaned up. It's looking a lot cleaner than it was, at the very least. This doesn't exist anymore. Whoops. Cannot implicitly convert type void to production complete. What you mean? Do I have to make it a lambda? I guess I do because I'm feeding it specific information. Start production. Oh, I compared it to task object type, that's right. Careful with creating memory links with anonymous function. Memory leaks, sorry. Anonymous functions, learn that the hard way. With anonymous functions? How is it anonymous? Anonymous. Oh, it's because of the lambda. Because there's no reference to it. That's a good point. Good catch. I mean, I could store it in like a delegate or something. I mean, I have this one like this. Make bread kind of handles that on its own, though. Just tell it a global position. Probably call that method directly without having to do the lambda, maybe. That's currently what I'm trying to figure out. Because I have... You can't hear me, I don't think. Maybe you can hear me now. You took the mute off. I'm trying to assign this to... You can hear now? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to assign this function to a void delegate that doesn't take in any arguments. It's the problem. I guess I don't necessarily have to prevent it from doing that. Like, I could give it arguments, but I don't know that it's always going to use these same arguments. Position and rotation. At least I think that's the problem, but that maybe not. Cannot implicitly convert void to production complete. Yeah, I assume it's because it has this. If it was just... If it was just this. Instead of using delegates when I use actions and functs, I was trying to use events. I could try actions instead. Actions are just delegates, aren't they? They're the same as events? Oh. That's gonna break some things for sure. Oh, that one's dead on purpose. Actually, let me make a dummy function for this real quick while I'm here. So I can avoid the exception. Yeah, and actually I'm gonna clean that up much nicer. Much nicelier. I remembered actions were a thing, I just forgot how to use them apparently. Actions are basically events that you can subscribe methods to, and then when you call it, it does the stuff that subscribe actions don't return anything. Functs work the same way, but they actually return something. Okay. So func is an action. Wait, did ads just start? Oh, ads are coming in 10 seconds, okay. I've barely touched functs. I've touched actions. Func. Encapsulates a method that has one parameter and returns a value of the type specified by the tResult parameter. In and out. Type of parameter of the method the type of the parameter of the method that this delegate encapsulates the type of the return value. Okay. Is that always an out? Oh, they made a lambda for it. Oh, a func, they store the lambda in. Okay, interesting. Func's also a new thing for me, but they're super nifty when put in the right context. Yeah, they seem super handy. I'll probably need to... Well, No, I guess not. I've got something that I was trying to enforce. I was trying to enforce on-player interaction to be in all of these, but on-player interaction is different for each of them. I don't think it would help me in that context anyway. Try to do an interface. I have it currently as an abstract class because I have these that are just shared through all of them, but I want them to individually implement these because the functionality that's stored inside of these functions is going to be different per. As far as I understand, an abstract class handles that better than an interface, at the very least. I don't think with an interface I could have these be shared. Not shared like statically, I guess. Shared like by default so that it's implemented into all of them. Although I don't know if I'm even using them. I'm currently not, I think. But I made them so that they're the... How does Unity do their mono behavior events? Like, you mean like a Unity event class? Like Unity event? Mono behaviors all have those events like... Oh! Mono behaviors have you just... So far I've heard that Unity events aren't a great thing to implement. The mono behavior events, you can just write it as a function and it'll just automatically overwrite it, basically. And then it's like auto-called on a fixed update loop. I'm trying to make it so that, these three scripts here are components. I'm going to have them, this is supposed to be sort of a component implementation. What was the actual word for it? Composition. So I'm trying to, I have them currently using these so that there is a way for them to define, they can define what they want to do individually, but the stations can sort of just grab it, like using the same function. They can just say, "Oh, I'm running on player interaction, so I'll run my components, the specific component that I want to use. I'll run its on player interaction function, or its on player entered function." Well, I guess currently the player is the one that's running them, but it's the same thing. I guess that's gonna stay until runtime's done for the most part, at least for right now, or until the object is destroyed. Although I guess if the object gets destroyed, I want to remove it. I'm sure Unity's garbage collector would pick it up, but it would probably be smarter to just remove it myself. Turn on destroy function in game objects. Yeah. Heh. Wait, sorry about that. I don't know if you need further explanation on what I'm doing or what I'm attempting to do, Zoloteki. I can start from the bottom if you would like, but otherwise I will keep on going. Wait, hold on. Why am I overwriting something that doesn't exist? The take task object. I hadn't converted that fully. That's what it's... I'm in like an in-between state still. Okay, alright, well. Fine. I didn't want you to hold that anyway. Okay. And the ball producer actually doesn't have anything in it. It's not doing anything. I think everything's gonna have the interaction instruction renderer. The question is, does that stay in station or does that move to the functionality type? What's the separation line? Functionality is what does it do, I guess, and station is what does it have. Ricky. Create a self-replicating mainframe to debug the anonized diode computations. I agree. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. I can't believe I didn't start with that. Welcome in. Today we're writing words. Lots of them. Look at them all. Look at all these words. I could be somebody that writes things. They should make a word for that. Take task object would probably be something that's functionally similar across the board. So I'm thinking these go into the functionality scripts. I broke stuff and now I'm trying to refix it. But I broke it intentionally, I guess. Actually, take isn't something that's going to be across the board because the producer is not going to take anything. It's only going to be a consumer converter thing. Just don't forget to discombobulate the ions and ensure the stability of the lexicon is at its max. Oh yeah. I'll be sure to do that. Oh. First yawn of the day. Wake up, bot. Come on. There you go. I like that it has to... I'm pretty sure every time I trigger that, it has to recompile the script that it uses to run that. And that's why it takes so long on the first try. But from that point on, it's fine. Cult of the Lamb has Twitch integration? Oh, yeah. You can like, have your followers join your cult, basically. I did see that. They have like a whole character creator that just pops up on the screen. It's really cool. I'm playing video games. Yes. Sorry, it was the hour and I need to make sure that I hunt things. Oh, that's just at a range. You fool! There we go. That's done for now. I've got a whole nother hour before I have to do that again. Well, have to. Before I want to do that again. Unless the satellites decide to shift my location and give me the actual monster that I need in the forest areas. I've thought about trying to do some Twitch implementation or some Twitch integration stuff, but I don't know what exactly I would do that with. I could like try to make the D&D Beyond dice, I guess, where it throws a dice on screen. Because I've been thinking about making a dice roller for the chat. not make it bigger? What about my player script? Where is my player script? I think, if I remember correctly, I had decided that this is probably now going to need to be implemented. With the way that I'm trying to handle this whole situation of composition. Now station doesn't have a reference to, well, I could do, what if I did virtual void on player interaction? And then maybe the player can call it. No overlay for player takes one object. Oh. I want to do a stretch. There you go. Stretch. Now you have to stretch too. You've fallen into my trap. To my house of pancakes. I guess the take might still be different between these, though. Do I specify that? I don't know if there's a way that I can, like, make this class override the one that's in the variable. Oh, hello, Zushi. Welcome in. I will hydrate and caffeinate. And I'll remineralize my teeth. Oh, jeez. How many of these today? Oh, that's mine. Haha, that would explain it. Stream goes okay. How are you doing? Did I have fun with games? I did. Mist was taken a little bit out of me because I was tired that morning. So I didn't get as far as I wanted to. But I played Valheim in the evening, and I had taken a nap before that. So things went good for that point. Just got back from the pool and now you're about to dry your hair. Nice. The pool is nice, especially in the summer. I've been to a few, like, public pools in my time, and they've... I don't know, I usually find bandages floating in them. It just always happens for some reason. There's just always something that's like biohazard floating in public pools. At least around here. It's either a bandage or a diaper. It's never fun. Although, this isn't like a gym pool, I guess. This is like a public pool, like a community pool. I don't usually go to public pools very often because of that, though. Have I put this in here yet? I just go to the one at my local gym. Yeah, that's fair. Gym ones are okay. Oh. I think ads are starting soon. What's the timer on that? Like 35 seconds. The gym ones get maintained a lot better than public pools. Public pools, they're just kind of... I think they have somebody check on it like once a week or something, basically. Gonna be slow with replies. Oh, okay. No worries, no worries. Have fun with your hair. Oh wait, you know what? This is how this should work. And this needs to be boom. And this will currently return true. Or actually, currently it'll return false. Oh shit, how do I... How do I make sure to check this properly? Maybe I should leave this. Why am I doing this? Actually, I do want brackets here. Oh, yeah. But I guess that would be need to be need for speed. Obeyed the braid. What am I hitting? Is that a wire? It's gotta be a wire. Yeah, it's a wire. I am the wire. But I ain't tripping. Why is this like this? It changes every single time, and it's the same resolution every single time. I'm just prepping for later, by the way. This isn't actually going off now. cats are back. The cats are back. Alright. Something like this is also going to have to be implemented in the producer. I'm starting to think maybe I just keep these inside of their respective stations instead. But I guess part of that problem is that they have to apply to the player interaction, the on-player interaction. Kind of the whole reason that I put this one in here too, because it was a boolean, and this one I think are both voids. Consumer is also going to have this functionality, this take task object functionality. Producer won't. Maybe I should work... this isn't super top-down what I'm doing. Maybe I should try to figure out how the player is going to call any of this. Currently in the update, the player has a direct reference to the trigger that it is prioritizing at the moment, and that's how it calls the interaction events. Which means this definitely needs to have some sort of... It doesn't necessarily need to be this generic, I guess. I could probably make it a bit more unique to the script, but... Alrighty, Zelda Techie, no worries. I hope you have a good day. Thanks for dropping by. Actually, I need to step away for a second. I will be right back. Well, I'm back, but ads are playing. My apologies. Scooped. Hello, Vanini. Welcome in. Sorry to startle you, but I must. I actually need to do some whiteboarding real quick, I think. Let's plug in the thing. Actually, while I'm doing this, let me go ahead and start my drawing app. How you doing today, Vanini? Vanini. You know what? An important question came up yesterday. Is it Vanini or is it Vanini? I did say Vanini. And I don't know if you heard it or not, because I'm pretty sure you were here when we asked it. I like Vanini because it sounds like panini. I think Clip Studio might be taking its time. It's you could do a form or a ladder thing, I guess, if you wanted to. The hard in. I guess it's whether the second I is an I or an E sound. Is it vin-i-ni or is it vin-i-ni? Vinini? Vinini? Oh, you know what? Vinini, okay. I've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time. My sorries. I don't have significant profanity or vulgarity. Let me take that one off today. I'm not being vulgar today. Well, okay, hold on. Let me... Now I'm not being vulgar today. Alright. So I'm attempting to work out what needs to be in my composition. And I got a lot of things to consider here. We've got the player. We've got stations. And we've got the station functionality. Which is a separate script now. Currently, the player has handles for the on trigger entered. I don't think I left myself enough room to do this. Hold on. At least not with this size of pen. Let's take this down to like a 15, maybe. That's probably better. Okay. This handles on trigger entered. On trigger exit. Currently, the one that I'm trying to figure out is on player interaction. But we'll get to that in a second, because I do think I also need to figure out these as well. Currently, the on player interaction is handled through it's also handled through here, but it's in a slightly different method than these two. So maybe if I figure out these two, it'll also help me figure out that one without needing to write it down, maybe. But I'll probably still write it down anyway. Maybe it'll help me do some thonking on what needs to be called where. So I think, if I remember correctly, on trigger entered currently gets a direct line to the station, and it just calls the stations on trigger entered. So it's got on player entered here. This is how it did work, I think, actually. It would just call that directly. However, I think this has since been moved over here. If I remember what I did correctly, at least. Okay, maybe it hasn't been moved yet. No, it hasn't been moved yet. Okay, so should it be, I guess is the question then. Should it have been moved over? I do currently have the ability to do that. Like, I've got things set up so that I can do that. I have been sneezing like crazy. I don't know why. So I can, in turn, have, let's say, a station has... Actually, I think it's going to be the same for every station if I do it this way. Stations. So either way, the base class, either stations or station functionality, will take this. And I'm thinking I might leave it stations. The way that I'm thinking about this is that the station's parent class will hold information for what the station itself has, which is things like the interaction instructions and the objects that it's supposed to handle for spawns and stuff like that. Kind of. Currently, that's actually been moved to its own thing, so it can get easy references to it. But it'll have the reference to it here. The reference to it won't be stored here, and this will pass the reference to that. Because this implements these. Oh, that's what I changed. Okay. So yeah, I'm thinking on trigger entered still runs on player entered here. And then if anything else needs to be called, this can call this on player entered. I should have said this is station type, really. So it'll be a bit of a chain. This might get kind of unwieldy at some point, maybe. I hope not, but it's possible, I guess. So this will handle things physically with the station, and this handles the specific functionality that the station is attempting to implement. What does it do with the things that it's given? What does it do with the things that it needs to produce? If it is of that type. What does it do mainly when the player interacts with it, I think is the main thing here. I don't think on player entered will do much for station type. But I might think of something in the future to add there. So currently it's available. And then I think the same with this on player exit. And then on player exit here. And then presently in the update loop, it gets the station. That it's currently interacting with. If the player presses the interaction key, then it performs player interaction. Whatever that may be. Now, interaction. Oh geez, that's a big one. So currently it can do this with just stations and task objects. It's not... It just needs to differentiate between the two. It grabs them based on tags right now. down a bit. I might need to make it have a reference to the station type instead. But I'm thinking what I do is this in a similar fashion to enter and exit. This calls the on player interact here. This calls this, so it can still be generic. And the player then doesn't have to worry about what the station's trying to do. And then the station can say, okay, you're giving me this thing, or you're empty-handed, which means you probably want something from me. If it's of those types, then it can perform the implementation, or it can utilize the components that it has. So maybe this takes task object at all times. By default, it's null. Then if player can do something with this, if player can use, or if rather, sorry, if station, oh geez, that's a big eraser. If station can use, then it gets the specific functionality. Oh, maybe I should specify task object. Get relevant type component call its interaction. Because these aren't events, actually. These are just functions that are stored in. Maybe I should call its interaction. Whoa! On player interaction over here. So then it should be able, I think, because this can then, with the station controlling this, it can feed this the information that it needs, because these are going to require different information depending on which type it's utilizing. And this whole section here can be context sensitive to say the player has something, I can't use it, so we don't need to call on player interaction, or we need to maybe on player interaction in station flashes something to do that. But we don't need to call the station type. We don't need to get our type that we're going to use, because there's no functionality to fire off. We can't use the thing, so no functionality happens. But we can use the thing. Functionality does happen then. If it's something that we need to consume, then we can consume it. If it's something that we need to, that the station specifically needs to convert, it can convert it. And that'll all be determined inside of this. Each station should only handle like a handful of things, so it shouldn't be that big of a... shouldn't be that complex of like a... not really a switch check maybe, but more of a... or switch case, more of a... it might be an if then, an if else. Because I am... well... I guess that technically it could be a switch case, because I am using taskObject.type in order to determine if it's something that it can use. So I could switch case that, but that's semantics, I think, right now. One problem that I run into is taskObject always being passed through. You don't use taskObject in the case of a consumer. Sorry, in the case of a producer. Producers don't accept anything. You can't try to put something in them at the moment. I could change that later and make it so you can put stuff in them. I don't want it to end up being too rigid, I guess, since it's still early. I do want it to be somewhat well built still, though. We'll just have them all accept a task object, and it can just throw it away. It'll be okay. It shouldn't be that expensive to pass a task object into it, and then just delete it. Especially with the rate that a player can probably interact with something like that. For it to do nothing shouldn't be a problem. That's my one thought for today. Well, there we go. That's out of the way. I got a ping that I went live at 11:32, by the way. Did I go down for a second? Or was the bot down? Or was neither down? Was Discord just being a silly? Discord seems to have just been being a silly. I don't know why that happened. painter testing. Anyway, let's see what monsters are around me now. Oh, that's loud. Forest. Kill. There we go. I think this is probably a good idea. Probably. It looks right. It looks like it'll work out. So then this, let me write, down here maybe? Handles things physically with the station. Handles things that the station can do. Why did I capitalize that? I think it's because I said it with the big voice. There's ads coming in about 30 seconds. If you would like to mute your browsers for about a minute and a half, that's a-okay with me. Is that also in the forest? That's also in the forest. Kill. Oh, you poor 3-star. Ad time. I think it was a couple weeks ago, I just got a random craving for like thyme and rosemary. Don't know why. But it got me thinking that I need to make more crackers. I also need to feed my starter so I can make more bread. Handles things the station can do. Task objects. All right. Maybe that'll work out. Let's go attempt. That's not good. What is up with Clip Studio recently? It has been freaking out on my computer for some reason. It does this thing at least once or twice per time that I boot it up. Or it just stops working, or it just quits responding. The whole screen goes black. What is this?
I don't know if this will help. Usually when I'm running a ton of layers. Might be a memory problem. Sounds like there's a conflict between the GPU and CSP. No actual answers to the question. There has been an issue with Clip Studio freezing or otherwise failing to start up properly on Windows. This issue has been corrected in a new version. Version do I have? I do have an older version. Okay, go away. Can I check for updates, or do I have to buy a new license? Okay, it looks like I just have to download it from the website. Let me export this real quick. Yeah, JPG's fine. JPEG? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I think I still have version 1.0 from what I just saw. Apparently they're on version like 3 now. Wow. Maybe I should look into that. Oh well. That'll be a later thing. I don't need to do that now. Right now we're programming. I know what's wrong. I have a graphics driver update. You have a graphics driver update? Would you also have CSP? It's possible I've got a graphics driver update too, honestly. I haven't checked. I should probably check for both of those. I'll give it a few. I'll give it a run of the old IT. I see. Okay, I thought that's what you were going for. I just wanted to make sure.
I do. You do have a graphics driver update. You should get on that so I can use it better. Station. This isn't working right now because this requires the task object type still, and the task object itself. I want to generalize this to, in fact, take a task object, even if it... regardless of whether it utilizes it or not. If it doesn't, I can just get rid of it. It's okay. A-okay. So this should check to see which task object the player has, probably, and then it will perform the appropriate... It will call the appropriate task type, or the appropriate station type functionality. Station functionality type. Maybe I should rename this to type functionality. I like that better. Station type functionality. And then this can be consumer station type functionality. There we go. So the player on object taken, oh that's right, it has to handle removing some of its own bits. Why doesn't it look like this? Cannot implicitly convert void to bool. I see. This was the same problem that I had with the actual type functionality, I think. It's Prince Fade. There we go. Yay. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. How you doing? The longest windup to the quietest horns. Well, I didn't want to get it too hype. This is a chill stream. Actually, I don't know how quiet they are for the stream themselves. I've got the soundboard pretty low, but I don't think I changed it from the last time that I did it. Whoops. It might be lower. I'm not sure. I might have lowered it actually when we were doing a bunch of stuff the other day, and the wind up was longer. Oh, I had to go join the channel. Actually, no, the wind up should be shorter this time because I didn't waste time joining the wrong server's call. I accidentally joined the wrong server's call the first time. I was like, where is it? I don't see it. What are all these? Oh, whoops. Much better. Why does it keep making all of my scripts have spaces instead of tabs? This one's explicitly spaces. No, bad. You're stupid. Terrible. If you use spaces, you should feel ashamed. I don't like this, though. I don't want to have to do something like this. But I'm going to have to make some sort of differentiation somewhere, I think. Because otherwise, every single station is going to have all of these implemented across the board. That's real gross. I don't want that. I don't like that. So that must mean I will have to do something similar with what I did with the actual functionality types. And then I'll have to make these... I'll have to make these just not be in the base class. So this won't be an override, it'll just be a thing here. Now the only problem with that is that player can't call it in a generic fashion because they're so different now. I could kind of solve that by doing the params, but that doesn't save that one return being different. Because one of them returns a boolean, and most of them return void so far. Architecture. then this needs to return Boolean so the player can handle stuff for the removal. Does this one need to return Booleans? It currently does, because it's essentially a very similar thing. I did say that this needed to handle things for the task objects. But I definitely want the stations to be able to differentiate between which functionality it's going to utilize. Which means it has to be the one trying to take the task object. Because then it has to know which task object it has. So it'll have to do this type check. In this case, it's a converter only. So it will take the task object and then it will just grab its converter. On player interaction. But I've given it the ability to do this take too, though. Which sounds correct given the separation of the functionality that I was thinking about doing. Also, this should probably be called try-take. There's no sense in me doing this twice, obviously, so it's got to be one or the other. If it's made it to this point, currently, if it's made it to this point, it's already tried to take it, so it knows that it can take it. So maybe on-player interaction isn't the thing that it does. Instead, this just handles start production. So that way I'm not redundant. Oh, the infamous song has returned. That's a private right now. I've gotta break that out. Space Jam DVD. There's no guarantee that every converter is going to do this too. I could add... I could technically say, that I could have a boolean here. It's true most of the time, and if it's true, if destroy object. Well, then it's going to have a reference to the input object too, though. And there's no point in me passing. So maybe I do task object. Task object to destroy, I can call that. But then what's the point of passing it through? Just to have it be sectioned off. Why don't I just do that here? I mean, I guess it would make the call here shorter. I can just call start production and then give it the information. So this, I wouldn't need to copy and paste this, but I don't know that I'm going to need to copy and paste this. I don't know why I have that. Also, actually, that won't be a break. That'll be a return. This might be unnecessary for it to just do one thing. Is there any benefits to doing this? That's really strangely worded. Nah. We'll stick with it for right now. Because it opens the possibility for it to be expanded later. without the necessity of having to rewrite all of the double equals and this. If it turns out for some reason, for whatever reason, it doesn't work, well, I can fix that later just by changing it back. Easy peasy. Eepy peepy. To make sure that I don't repeat myself in these. That's a big naughty no-no. And we still have the problem of the player not being able to just call on player interaction from any station because of how different they're going to be now. I guess technically I could have them all return booleans and then just trash those if it doesn't use it. See something on my glasses, but I can't do anything about it. Ad's starting soon. Wow. It didn't even tell me about that. Well, it did now, obviously, but... can't necessarily do this right now because there's no way for it to know which type it is if it can be multiple types too. I need it to be generic. It has to. Why don't I make this an abstract class, maybe? This does call base, right? I guess it doesn't need to call base. Oh, it doesn't ever override. Haha, that's why. Ha 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 ha. But then this one doesn't work because it takes arguments. 1 to be specific. And ball producer is a problem because it doesn't take it. So I'd have to public bool or public override bool on player interaction. Yeah, that's the spice. But this is a producer. It never needs to take a task object, so this is kind of pointless. It's extremely pointless for it. But if it were a producer converter, for example, it would need a task object. Or if it were a producer consumer, it would need a task object. This just returns false, I guess. Because it's a producer. It just does its functionality. Oh. Ah, and then it will be... Oh, bad and wrong. Okay, fine. Yeah, I did take that out. That's my bad. Put it back. Come, take it back. Producers are easy. It's the converters and the consumers, I think, that are going to be confusing. For my tiny baby brain. Okay, why is that what it decided to do? Alright, that's back to being generic. This is back to being... I think I've resolved all of the exceptions. I think I have functionality included for everything. This still handles the interaction instruction. Does this have any reference to an interaction instruction, or did I get rid of that? It looked like that I've gotten rid of that. Which is good, because they don't need to have interaction instructions. I don't think I'm going to make that step counter. These each make a new one, and they fill in all of the spots, correct? Question mark, correct. Does this seem to have anything? Does this need... Yes. Yes, it do. Converter station needs... a constructor. We want a task object, spawnable object, yeah, oh no, this needs to be a float. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. Why did I make this protected? Okay, so now those things have been implemented. Good, good, good. I'll need to do them here as well. Sorry, here as well. We're gonna make it 5 seconds, which I think is still the default, but that's a-okay. I'm going to put it in anyway right now, just to make sure that we're getting everything we need. The bases are loaded. Auto behavior and abstract. I wonder if that's going to cause problems. Okay. Okay. So far, things are looking okay. Let's see things crash on start. What crashes on start? Unity is missing. Task object spawn utility is missing the class attribute extension of native class. Task object spawn utility is abstract. What if I delete it? Why is it abstract? Look, hang on. Thought I made it static, but not abstract. It's not abstract. What? Okay, these shouldn't be a problem. E. So far so good. The E's still work. Those are just part of the normal station though. The object you want to instantiate is null. Because it's static now, and it's not a game object, I'm not actually filling these with anything. These prefabs don't exist right now. I want them to be accessible from anywhere. How to make... I guess I would have to input the file path if I wanted to store these. If I wanted to store these in a manner that would allow them to be accessed globally without needing to put direct references in every single station. Maybe I should just go put references in every single station. I don't think these functions for actually instantiating the objects would be used anyway, with the new way that I'm handling spawning things generically for the stations. What are my references to this class so far? Just one in each station. This one utilizes make bread. I could instead have that be a local thing. Oh, jeez. Well, if this is the case, I don't really even need to pass this in. Hang on a second. Didn't I... No, I did get rid of that. Right. Starting to quickly lose what the actual value of making these extra functionality types was even supposed to be, because I every time I want to try to move something over there, I'm like, well, what if I want it to be more flexible? And then I just put it in the station anyway. Maybe I should determine what stations I need to be. Maybe I should determine what stations I want there to be, and then decide that you can do it. I think it's that I could do it, but what's the point? The point originally was to try to separate out functionality that was being copied between all the stations, and if they were going to do the same things, then I could just have the types be components. I guess maybe I can't see what I need to have in them because I've only got 2 stations, each of 1 type. I should probably make a station of multiple types to determine what I need, like what the common threads are and how I might be able to separate that out. Because then the station components, the type functionality components would be handy. But right now, I keep taking things that seem like they're supposed to be in the type functionality scripts and pulling them back into the main stations. And I mean, obviously, the main stations are going to have to do some things on the task object, some operations on the task object. But I wanted a majority of them to be handled by the station functionalities, the type functionalities. This might be a case of putting the cart before the horse, though. Let's keep going and find out. Oh. I appreciate your enthusiasm, though. Getting close to time that I should probably go find something to eat as well. I can feel hunger gnawing at my innards. No. And I don't need you. This was something. This make bread, the reason that I'm applying it to this is because the converter works on a timer that gets run via update. The player has inserted an object, it runs the timer, and once the timer is done, then it spits out the thing that it needs to spit out. Start production. Can't go there, actually. Currently, this is the only thing that it does is just run a timer on update, which I mean, I could just pull that back into the main object. This is a fun thought experiment, but it might be useless in the end. Okay, why didn't you automatically highlight the first thing in the list? The only thing in the list? You highlight it when I don't want it to, and you don't highlight when I want it to. IntelliSense. Spawnable object isn't getting used because that's handled up here in breadstick converter. Ball producer is handling itself. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to make a second station in order to try this. In order to actually see what the common threads are going to be. Let's make a third station. Here we go. I have a box ready. Oh wait, I didn't apply. Wait a minute, did I actually fix? I didn't fix the ball producer. It's also going to need this because my global task object spawn utility didn't work unless it's an object in the scene, and I wanted to try to make it not an object in the scene, but I can't. I can't grab the prefabs if it's in the scene, if it's not in the scene, unless. But if I were going to use it, I would want to make it static. So I'll just put the references in the stations. Is this thing totally disconnected now? Still two references. What for? This still has a reference to it as well, I think. Producer station does quite a bit. It's actually got some. This didn't trigger, I don't think. Unless it threw a warning, maybe? Name station is abstract. The scripts class can't be abstract. It's because it's a mono behavior? Probably. Can I make an individual thing abstract of the class being? No? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I don't like that. That's gross. But I need it to be a mono behavior. I think I'm right back to where I was before I started all of this. There's ads coming in about 10 seconds. Get your shotguns ready. Wait. Oh. I was being silly, I understand now. I'll probably be going for lunch in the next 10 minutes. I've already broken the picking things up. How did I already break picking things up? Hold on. I can pick this one up. Can I pick this one up? Yeah. Can I pick this one up? Yeah. Can I pick these up? No. This is worse than I was before. Jesus. Okay, well at least it's listening to the functionality script. This one's not. It also doesn't think that he's holding anything. Maybe I should add some debug logs. What the fuck have I done? Honestly, this is... the physics that I'm getting with the balls are better than I could have expected. It's not ejecting a breadstick. bread is not being called, apparently. The balls! Let's make bread. Make bread. It's right here. The station is stored in the ball, and so the balls are also stored in the station. In a never-ending dance. Yeah, it most certainly is never calling that. Interesting. Oh, you know what? This isn't actually showing up either. So I changed this to true. Start production should be firing because it gets directly called from the breadstick converter. Task object type is ball, so it should call this. It then also does perform deletion of the task object, so it is in fact getting in here. It is absolutely getting in there. This changes to true. The update loop should then see that this has been changed to true and start the timer. Once the timer has elapsed the amount of time that it needs to elapse, it should call on production complete, which is an action currently. On production complete contains, according to the breadstick converter, it should have making bread in it. It assigned it on start. But it never calls it. Why not? Okay, so is the update loop broken? Is this never getting called? What's happening here? Well, I don't know why I'm debug logging this. I can just get out. Attached to Unity. Okay, so it gets changed to true. Oh. Oh, that really makes everything moot, doesn't it? It's not a mono behavior. The update isn't the right update. It just never calls it. The update loop doesn't exist for this. Hey, hey, okay. So what's the point of this one again? I would have to make it a mono behavior, which means it would actually have to be physically present in the scene. Just trying to avoid doing. Because I didn't want to have two scripts on the same object doing different things. Although, I mean, I guess they are components, so it wouldn't be super out of place. It's just less clean, I guess. Okay, let me go take a lunch. Think about my actions. And maybe reconsider a starting point to try to approach all of this. I thought I was making things simpler, but it appears that I was making things more complex by mistake. You know what? Will this even run? I don't think it will. Doesn't look like it is, that's for sure. Just the capsule today, then. We are in the process of trying to fix that whole idle anyway. Righto. I'll be back in a flash. Don't burn the house down while I'm gone. Is this still on the right thing? We'll find out in a second. Okay, bye. Boo. Boo. It's time. I'm back. Oh wait, hold on. I pressed the wrong button, I think. Ah! There we go. I mixed my hotkeys up a little bit. It's fine, it happens. Welcome back. Oh, I see we have a different Vinny now. You've changed. You're not the same. I'm heating up some more water at the moment to get some fresh hot tea. Well, I guess it's the same tea, but it's warmer now, or will be. How so? You're gray. Wait, I'm also gray. What happened? Is OBS just messing up? No, it's like that on Twitch too. What happened? Do you not look at yourself? Look at yourself in my chat here. That's weird. Huh. I don't know what happened there. What happens if I refresh? Can I refresh this? Might clear everything. No, you're still gray. Interesting. You're gray? I'm gray? Maybe I've just gone colorblind. You refreshed and now you're gray. Interesting. Why did it do that? Did they just remove colors? There's no way. Now you're pink. Five head. Glad I have a solid color shirt today and not that plaid thing that I was wearing. I don't think my video encoding likes that. Oh, you're pink, but I'm not seeing you as pink. Wait, what's my color? My color is back to blue now. That's quite strange. That's very strange. Just for a short while there, everyone was a different color than they used to be. Righto. Kill. So I decided Twitch be glitching. Yeah, you're gray again now, by the way. Twitch is freaking out apparently. Gray names mean they haven't picked a color yet. Have you tried changing your color manually? It appears to be swamp. I don't need swamp. I need forest. So before I left, I was debating whether I actually even needed to do the thing that I have been doing. Can't you think your internet is on the fritz? Oh, that means mine's probably coming soon too. My internet has also been on the fritz, and I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what. They're just kind of. It's been breaking for the past like 3 weeks, pretty steadily. I don't know if they're upgrading things or they're trying to at least, or if they're. The more likely scenario is they just kind of let things sit around, and now they're starting to break down, and they're trying to scramble to fix the problem so that they can stay up. Nice and warm. Yeah, so this might not even be worth it. I'm going to make one more station as a test. And that station, it's over here. This station is going to be a dual functionality type. I'm going to give it 2 functionalities. I'm going to give it converter and consumer, because that is the one that I have the most. I have a better example for that one, so I can understand whether it's working correctly better, I guess. I'll know a way to implement it. Because that was the original point of making this. We're gonna call this a furnace. Ooh. There is one more thing that I will probably have to figure out how to fix, which is that the components in their current state aren't components like you would find in Unity, and that's because they're not mono behaviors. So they're still components, but they're not in the scene. And that's a problem, because I need some of them to run an update loop. They have to be mono behavior in order to have that update loop. Otherwise, it just doesn't run anything. And it currently doesn't run anything. Now, I could do this in a potentially simple way. The problem with this is that this is an abstract class. And I don't think Unity likes monobehaviors being abstract classes. Despite the fact that I definitely want this to be apparent. Should it exist? Should I decide that it needs to continue existing? You. Hasn't yelled at me so far, but I think it usually does it whenever I start the game. Warmth. Trying to create a monobehavior using the new keyword. This is not allowed. Yeah. That's true. I did. That is a relic. I guess I'll call that. What's added component? Is it object.add component? GameObject.add component? Yeah. If I do that, this needs to be serializable. And this needs to be serializable. And if I do that, this needs to be serializable. Ads are coming. Oh no, they already started. I'm good at my job. Oh, this doesn't have anything, so it's okay. There's nothing even in consumer because I don't even know what it does yet. Well, I know what it's supposed to do. I don't know what I need to put in there for it though. I don't have anything of type consumer yet. That's basically just like a trash can. Although I guess this will be of type consumer. Maybe I should make this a converter producer since I have those two defined, kind of. let's make this a converter producer. Because if I do that, I have kind of a, it's not a definition really. I have some sort of example for this one, but it's not a very good one. So I'm trying to think of a better example for it. That I can use to test. Now it. Oh. Sorry. Now it should yell at me and say that it's an abstract, and that's no bueno. Really? I have to do that? I don't ever remember having to do that. Maybe I was supposed to have been doing that. I just never did.
Very possible. Alright. Yell at me. Yell at me for abstracts. Wait, where am I still doing this? Oh. Yeah, I did never change that, did I? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna have to... Going to have to do a few more things to this, I think. Because I didn't add them on... I need to change these to get components, not add. I guess. Because I'm going to need to fill them. Can I just do get component? Yeah. I'll need to fill them before I actually hit runtime. At the moment, I can try to I can change them to use something a bit simpler later. Lower that to 3, just so I can see it a little bit faster. This is a producer. Makes bowls. Parent object station. I mean, it's just that. Don't know what to tell you. I know I put that in there, but I don't know what to tell you. At least I get my stream idle component back, or my property back.
This one's going to have a producer and a converter. It's going to produce these, and it's going to convert these. It's a 2-in-1 station. Wow, look at that. Save on space, but not on time. Or quality. Well, save on quality, I guess you would. Make it the exact same. Oh, I never added the furnace script to it. Whoops. The player's still in his display state. I don't know why I don't just have him turn off his own gravity. Why am I so laggy? Okay, I haven't hooked anything up, so that makes sense. Complete sense. Change. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Being a mono behavior fixed it. Perfection. Still not sure why everything's so laggy when I start the game, though. I got distracted. I got distracted by things. I read a very strangely worded sentence and I was trying to parse out what the world it said, but I don't know still. I have a general idea of it. I may never know. You know, the funny thing about this whole situation is that I didn't need these to be monobehaviors, I don't think. Well, no, they use start. They do still need to be monobehaviors. But none of them are using updates. It's almost like I inverted it accidentally. Or that I should never have been using the separate scripts in the first place. Of course, it's not letting me make this abstract. Wait, but this one's abstract, right? And it's a monobehavior now. Why can't this one be abstract? I don't think it yelled at me for that one. Oh, this has to be an override. Okay, alright. Or you can just not exit. Silly. Okay, so we're at our case now. Gonna go ahead and fill this with its functionality as best as I can. And then we can potentially see if it works, A, and B, what overlaps with what is in the other stations. And if it does overlap with some other stuff, maybe I can move it out somehow into the functionality scripts. So then it doesn't get repeated. Oh, producer, not production. Producer component. Dot. On player interaction, probably, I think is what I call it. I'm going to need to kind of solidify these names a little bit, I guess.
seems like they're a little all over the place. Jeez, I think my CPU is getting some pretty high usage right now. My GPU is also getting some very high usage, but that's power specifically. Maybe my PSEU is having problems. I hope not. I'll restart my computer when the stream ends to give it a little bit of a break. Clear something out of it. Hopefully. Oh wait, this has to be serialized. Serializable. Oh, serialized field. This name's not gonna fly. Let's instead call this converter spawn prefab. Producer spawn prefab. Because I'm gonna need 2 of them. But this one's gonna be the converter. Oh wait, it doesn't need those, I guess. Wait, I have it. Oh, well, that's a big disconnect, I guess, right there that I have made. So that I have to pass it, which I have to tell it to do the instantiation of a specific object that it should already know about. That might be remnants from its previous incarnation, though. That's exactly why I'm doing this, I guess, is to try to find these things. You are purple. The old Vanini is back. Are you not purple on your end? You are? Okay, good. Twitch maybe has fixed whatever was happening then. I hope.
Sorry about the flashbang. At times I look at this project and I think that I probably should have started with a smaller one. I don't think it's a particularly large project, I guess, for experienced developers, but unfortunately, I am no longer an experienced developer. Ads are about to start. Oh, jeez. Thanks for telling me about 40 seconds too late, Twitch. They're coming in 10. If you have them. Feel free to mute your browser. It's CT. Hello, CT. I will save that file. I'll do these in order. I don't have anything to save in my Visual Studio, I don't think. Oh wait, yes I do. And then I will stretch, and then I will hydrate. You're comfy? Oh boy, that stretch really took something out of me. Are you having sleeping difficulties today? I want to hydrate. Thank you for all of those. The stretches really help. I get stir crazy very easily. Let me approach fixing this first, I guess. Is it the producer that has it? Or is it the converter that has it? I think it was the converter. The converter, because I'm applying that action in there. Welcome back from ads. I should probably gift some subs. Then less people can have ads. I don't think I have that. Oh, that's interesting. Distracting myself again. It's too easy to do. Do that, then I can just set it in here. But does it need to be? This is at least easy enough to do. And if I do that, then I don't have to have these. Well, no, I don't want to set that this way. So this doesn't need to be public. This still needs to be private serialized. I just want it to use this to instantiate instead of this. I mean, I guess I'm feeding it in. I can just make... No, I'm not doing IK yet. You can't do that to me. Okay. Alright, alright. So then this isn't necessary. This isn't necessary. This isn't necessary. It just does the thing. Oh boy, okay. I think that's a lot more complicated than I should have. I think I approached it from the bottom was the problem. Can I be sure of that? No. I don't trust my memory enough. I think I changed something to be on exit, on trigger exit, but I didn't have it specifically check. Oh, yeah, I didn't add one of those. Wait, no, it should already have it. It's from station. It just has these. Instruction, did I not assign the interaction instruction for the furnace? Station script got removed. Okay, so there was a second instance of the station instruction that broke it, I guess. Let's just reapply the interaction instruction just to be sure. Oh! Is it not there? Hold on. Hold on, let me actually check the interaction instruction. Is it broken? Object to look at. It doesn't know what it's looking at. Main camera. Save. The station is abstract. The script class can't be abstract. That was the yelling that I was looking for earlier. Game object, player detection zone, references, runtime, script, and scene. Oh, so it must be in the prefab with a reference to some specific station. Which, yeah, it doesn't need that. Okay, that's wrong. Oh, I did invert these, didn't I? Yeah. Yup. Maybe I should rename this to start processing. Start converting. Is that gonna break anything? I forced these to be in everything, but they don't even use them for anything. That's another thing that I'm seeing that doesn't even really need to be here. I need to stop cluttering these things and only add things that I definitely know need to be added. Stop trying to pre-add things without actual functionality for them. Once I have something that I need it to respond to player interaction or player entering, I'll add it. Lettered. This one does, in fact, destroy it on its own accord, but this one does not. This one is machine nerve. Has its mind concluded. This one is but flesh and faith. It is the more deluded. I'm probably just going to copy that over. So let's drop that into here maybe, because I did create this. I thought it was a bit gross at the time. Just because first of all, why am I even doing this? I mean, I guess that's a formality, really. I think I did it outside in here because I didn't know if everything was going to be destroyed when you interacted with the station. And it did seem kind of backwards to have the task object and send it into here specifically for the sole purpose of destroying it. Although it also seems really stupid to change its parent only to destroy it. Why wouldn't we just destroy it? I think I'm going to stick with that pattern, actually. I know that it's technically boilerplate being... I'm continuously repeating that one now. But I still don't know if they're all going to do that. Even making this third one, because it's a test object, I haven't actually made it part of the game. Maybe that's the next thing that I need to start trying, is to actually make some stations that I think I want to be part of the game. Come up with a list of the stations and then actually try to implement ones instead of making them all test objects. It seems like they're solidifying a little bit more. Oh, I have to have a breadstick. Hey, look at that. And this should just give me a ball. Yeah. Oh yeah. I made a slight mistake. Which is that this is case... Actually, you know what? In this case, task object being null doesn't matter. Default's going to apply to other objects, though. You know what? I guess it doesn't matter if you're holding another object in this kind of a situation. It would No matter what you're holding, as long as it's not a ball in this situation, it would produce more balls. If you're holding a ball, then it would take it and would make a breadstick. Of course, this particular machine runs the risk of you making something and immediately turning it into a breadstick by picking it up and pressing E twice. But this one's just a switch. It doesn't need a... That simplified things quite well, actually. I like that. I can accept that type. Wow, I'm good at typing English. Okay, alright, okay. Abstract monobehavior. "5 months ago, wow. Seems I would like to be relatively... It would be relatively straightforward, so I was wondering if anyone might be able to... I'm having a dilemma. Okay, this person says that it's fine to use abstract monobehaviors, but Unity yells at me for it. So what is real? What is love? What is real? The script class can't be abstract. The class named station is abstract. The script can't be abstract. Why not? Script class cannot be added because it's abstract. Or Bracky's tutorial, sure. What's the issue? Unity keeps throwing me warnings because I have an abstract class that I'm pretty sure it's yelling at me because the abstract class derives from monobehavior. I've got these. It seems to work fine, but I would like to put it in a way that Unity doesn't get angry at me for. If possible, or if there's maybe a better way to do it. Potentially, I need to not have them in the scene at first, and then actually do an add component instead. This person's trying to add a script that doesn't derive from mono behavior. You can't have an abstract class as a component. You can have abstract classes derived from mono, but you have to implement it in its own class for it to be proper. No. That's kind of... I assume that's something to do with compile time restrictions. But... I mean, I'd imagine that having it be a component in the scene would still be compile time. I mean, I can always try to implement it programmatically, but that's going to take a while and a lot of... I don't want to do that right now. I specifically put them in the scene so that I wouldn't have to make separate references to their spawnable objects, the prefabs that I have to drop into them. Otherwise, I have to go get those through their file path, and I don't want to do that. I want to look into interfaces if you want to have common functions with different base classes. I thought interfaces didn't have functionality. They were just for implementations. They just made a contract that other classes had to implement these items that are inside of it. Not that if I make a variable inside of it, it is anything that gets the base script, the parent script will be able to access it. They have function names that you can call no matter the base class. But I want them to be mono behaviors. The scripts that it's yelling at me right now for is the station. I just want everything to be shared. Well, not shared, but I want everything to be, I guess, shared between the parent and child, except for this I want to force the implementation of. And I don't think I can just make that abstract on its own. No. Let's do variable fields that you can give get sets. Oh, like, you can make it a property. Like, realistically, this is all I want. You can just make that function an interface? Oh. I can just make individual things interfaces.
Oh, I have to make an interface and then apply it to the parallel to the delegate type. No, because I want to force the implementation. Delegate doesn't force the implementation, it just stores it. You would need a new interface class called like iInteractable with that function. Oh. It would also allow you to have other interactive objects that are not stations in the future. I mean, I do have other interactive objects. Problem is, this function is unique to stations because it returns a Boolean and accepts a task object as a parameter. Oh, you know what? This is a good and it's an interesting way of handling it. I'm going to eat my hands. This person just responded with the exact same answer that I saw in a different question. And it's still... Wait, no. Wait, no, that is the old question. Hold on. I apparently opened the tab again. By accident, I guess. Maybe I never closed it. I don't know anymore. Okay. Make a child class for every station. I mean, I do have a child, so that's kind of the thing is this station script is implemented by these children, and I want to say, for the most part, this whole script is just like a base script. I just want to make sure that the children have this function within them. I did see one way of handling this, which is I can make this virtual and then just throw a not implemented exception. So then I have to overwrite it basically in every child, otherwise it'll throw an exception. Because I don't want the whole class to necessarily be abstract. I just want to make sure that we have this because I know that there's another class that calls this function. Technically from the base, it only has a reference to station, but it grabs it from these. It's player. Player has it. I don't know why I'm being coy about that. I just want to make sure that it can call on player interaction, so that has to be in the children. So now it breaks. It's not compile time required, but it's something. That might be a bandage fix. I'm not sure if there's a better way to actually go about this. I could do the interaction, the interface, like you mentioned, but I don't know. I wouldn't get much use of it outside of the stations themselves. I would use interfaces, but it's your code. It is. Obviously, I'd like to make it good code. I just don't know if it's worth making a whole separate interface for. Interfaces would probably be a better way to do it, I guess. I can give it a shot. Well, that's not what I wanted, actually. It's only going to work for stations, though. The interface, you could allow the pickup items to use the same call. I can't, though, because it takes a task object and it returns a boolean. That's not how task object being picked up works right now. If it's simplified to not need the task object. Potentially, I guess. I'd need to figure out a way. Yeah, I'd need to figure out a way to get rid of the task object. And I guess the boolean could just get thrown away. So that seems like a waste. What is the task object? That's the thing that the stations produce and maintain. A player can pick them up. They can just be in the world and on the ground at the moment. Why can't it be a recipe scriptable object? I mean, it's a prefab. If an item is going in if item going in is an internal recipe list, it produces output item after X seconds. That's kind of what I'm doing with the prefab, I guess. I'm checking a tag to see if it's the right type. And if it is the type that that station accepts, then it produces the output. Scriptable object means that it's always being updated. It's always having its information stored, even outside of runtime. Yeah, scriptable object. Because scriptable objects are assets. So I have prefabs of like the hierarchy that I want for them to be, but I don't ever actually attach the. Actually, do I attach the? I think I attach it. Yeah, I do attach it. So they always have their script starting in the same fashion. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought my internet just died. Scriptable objects are just a safe set of variables in like a JSON. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean, but they're always being updated. So even when once you exit runtime, they are whatever they were last set to. I want them to start fresh every single time I call one. Every time I make one, I want them to start at a specific point. Should be editing a recipe scriptable object? I guess that I'm unclear on what the recipe object is for. Like, what does it have in it? Is it a recipe for one task object? Is it all the recipes for all task objects? Because these aren't really like crafting stations necessarily where you have to put in multiple things, I guess. Not yet, at least. Maybe that could do that. Currently, it's one in, one out. I guess so. I don't think I know how to process that yet. You seem like you've done this before, and you know more about it than I do. I assume this is like a standard way to make a crafting system. Okay. It's just a read-only file that shows what makes what. And then I assume you're like parsing in that information to check it at some point. I'd be interested in seeing it. Because that does actually, I think it would be a fun idea to have the machines have to accept multiple items in a specific order. And then that can be the crafting in this. And then if somebody comes up and shoves something else in the machine, you're like, oh, I gotta start all over now. Wait, so then do I even... I don't think I even use this anymore then. Right? Well, it just requires the parent to have it. I would have to apply this to all the children, I guess. Oh. Let me see if I can get this to appear off the screen. I don't want to show your code on screen. I mean, I guess you did just post a public link, but... Oh, I can just open it in GitHub, right? Oh, there's a scriptable objects folder. Okay, I see. No, wait, item itself is a scriptable object. Public enum tag, okay. My enums are separated out, that's fine though.
restructuring.cs?
No. Slightly different than yours because it was 2D with a data-driven inventory. Okay. I mean, I had assumed so. I had assumed it wouldn't be exactly the same as mine, obviously. Especially since I've never done this before. My architecturing is very loose on this one. But that's what I'm trying to figure out. That's why we're here. Okay, there's a recipe script somewhere I haven't found yet. I see it referenced, but I actually don't know where it's stored. Helpers, editor, recipe list editor. It's empty. Recipe. Dialogue, no. Hold on, is it further up? Items. No. Resources? No. Trying to find it too. It's gone. What? Okay. It looks like it's just in crafting. I'm starting to think the whole project wasn't uploaded correctly. It seems like that might be the case. I just tried to do a search for the symbol, and it couldn't find it. It seems like it might be missing a few things. Oh boy, Ricky, what's this? I would suggest containing your code within a Java matrix to ensure it doesn't evolve, gain sentience, and then escape the mainframe. Your code could go completely rogue right now. I've seen it before. Also, ball task objects, pervert. We've got the breadsticks too. Just don't put them together. It's fine.
Okay. Well, at the very least, maybe I can... I assume that you have an interactive interface on your item class. Oh no, that's also a scriptable object. Let me get a refresher on those real quick. Scriptable object. Saving and storing data during an editor session. Saving data as an asset in your project to use at runtime. I think my objects are pretty much all the same at the moment. Yeah, I don't think I'd ever need to make any of my task objects a scriptable object. For the most part, they're kind of defined before runtime. They're defined at compiler time. I don't really have anything, since it's all going to be short levels that are kind of modular. I don't think I need to save any information over the course of runtime specifically for those. Things like player data and like scores and stuff like that, I guess. I don't know if I'm gonna have a scoring system really. Something like the games on itch.io. Okay. I don't know if that's gonna let me really understand exactly how it's squibbable objects work. The only way to fight is crafting and using traps. 50 whole megabytes. That would be player prefs. What? Saving player information? I mean, like, not like the Unity player, not the game player, like the person playing the game. Like saving information about their character that they're controlling. Oh, I thought you meant player prefs as in, like... I guess I'm thinking of player settings. Hey, I have a question. What happened? Oh, I'm inside of a prefab. That's what happened. Ignore me. That's better. I'm being distracted. Okay, well, I mean, technically, I guess it could also work as a scriptable object, but same. Is player prefs an asset? Let's see here. I can go find that. It's a class that stores player preferences between game sessions. It can store string, float, integer values that users platform into the user's platform registry. Unity stores player prefs in a local registry without encryption. Do not use player prefs to store sensitive data. Passwords it is. I see no other way.
Unity stores player press data differently based on the operating system. Okay. Okay, so it doesn't use scriptable objects. It uses the registry. It assigns all of this data into the registry. That's pretty good. It is. I agree. I now know of this thing. I am quite a ways off from using something like that, though. But I have a heads up for it now, at least. You won't see me implementing that today. And I think I would need to probably come up with more defined stations than just the test ones in order to properly test something like the recipes thing, because currently I just have the 2 objects and the 2 stations. Well, the 3 stations now, I guess. So I'd need to more properly define exactly what or I'd at very least need to define a better test station in order to do something like the recipes. Because currently I just have, if I guess I could make a recipe with the 2 objects. I don't know what it would return, but or maybe it requires 2 of one of the objects and it returns the other object, I guess. But there's not really a ton of, I don't really have a lot of things that I can test that with. Jesus Christ, what did you just send me? Oh, that's the structure. It's a struct? Oh god, why did it? Why? Why are you like this? Why is everything commented out? Oh, it's probably like this. You had to decompile the source code? Okay, so these aren't actually part of this then. Got it. I assume it had context to what item amount was. This was probably inside of a class, right? Item amount.
Inputs, outputs, and then the recipe we're guessing it is. This was probably in something that was a scriptable object, I guess, that you could edit outside of runtime, and then it would read from it at runtime. That makes sense. I mean, even with a recipe, I still need to check what the player is putting into the station, though. Like, I can have the recipe to go off of and to check, but I still need to make sure that I still need to know what the player is putting in to compare it to the recipe. The recipe list class was for. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I did see that one. Oh, it wants me to sign in order to access that. That would be handled by the station. Okay, good. We're right back to where we started then. Because the station's implementing this. I could change the task object to a general item. That's kind of what it is. Task object is item in this scenario. It's just a thing that the player can pick up and put down and put into stations or take out of them. Yeah, you're saying have the player tell the station what it's putting in? It's current. The reason that I have it doing what it's doing right now, the way that I have it split up, the player is telling the station what it's putting in, technically. But the station is then determining whether that thing that has been put in is something that it can use. Thus, the task object argument. The player passes its task object through the task object argument, and then the station determines whether that's something that it can use on player interaction. Yeah, it would be on the children. That's the reason that I wanted to make this a required thing for new stations. Is because it's going to be something that the player always looks for. The player always calls this and tries to pass the held object to the station. And then the station says, I can't do anything with this. No. And if you want to use it for pickup, you could pass in the item being picked up. Do I handle pickups? I think my pickups right now are... If the player is within the collider's space of a thing that it can pick up, it tries to... So the player tries to pick up the item and then tells the item, I'm picking you up, I think. Yeah. says, hey, I'm picking you up, and then the task object says, okay, I'll get ready to be picked up. I remember this is causing problems, though, I'm pretty sure. You're saying that this can be used to pick something up. And the task object would have this, I guess. Although I don't know why the task object would need a reference to the task object. The player would need it, I guess. Couldn't that be done? I don't know. I'm still trying to figure this all out. I've barely used interfaces. That was the last thing. Oh, well, that was not the last thing. That was one of the things that I was kind of learning before I got laid off. I was learning interfaces, and I was learning how to better structure events. So this is me attempting to continue that. With the interface, it looks like... Where's player? Hold on. I've lost player. There it is. I was over it. I was hovering over it the whole time. I knew exactly where it was the whole time. Like, I mean, I guess I could implement on-player interaction in player in this case. It would just replace this. Or would that go on a task object? But then I wouldn't need this. Task object wouldn't need to know task object. It could, like, give task object. You could have it be what the player is holding or the item that it's trying to pick up. So it would be null if the player isn't holding anything. I'm trying to explain everything slowly. I appreciate it, Vanini. I'm trying to wrap my head around it quickly. Could have it be what the player is holding. But what would the player be the thing using the interface? Whoa, sorry about that. Is the player what's using the interface in this scenario? Because the pickup put down is just from the task object on the ground. It's not like picking something up from a station. Although I think I might try to, shorten that at some point and make it so that the player does pick something up from a station. Once I figure everything else out. Once I actually get them able to once I can get the stations to work properly, then I can figure that out. Currently the station is even rejecting the interface that I'm trying to use. I know it's because I needed to find a thing here. But this, I don't need this to be defined here. I need this to be defined here. Guess I could make this virtual. Oh, place. Wait, what do you mean caps lock's on? My keyboard lights aren't working anymore. Interesting. Hello there, Omega. The Omega Fett. Welcome in. I'm learning. Task object would be using the interface and it would replace the event. The player would then say, I'm next to it, I'm interacting with you, so here's what I'm holding. Let me take a look at what I've got. It would replace the event on the task object. I should actually, hold on, where did I define this event? Actually, that event is defined in player, I think. So it would replace the appending to the event that is in player, I guess. The player would just probably directly call the item that it's within the radius of in that scenario. Oh, I didn't read the second thing. Hold on. If it's a station, it would say that it's something it can work with and it'll accept it. If it's an item, it would say, hey, you're holding nothing, so you can pick me up. I guess so. I mean, it sounds plausible. I can then rename it instead of station interactive to task object interactive, I guess. Well, that still seems a bit too specific. Maybe just I interactive. Does yes? So this would use we'll call it, we'll write in the station. iStation. Oh wow. iStation interactive. It will utilize. Oh. Hold on. I've got a bit of a problem. This must be what it would replace then. So I'd have to rework the pickup system for that. Let's not implement that right now, maybe. Because that might take a second. Do you have a working version of your prototype? Or are you still working on one? Its current state is a bit in progress. It was working before I broke everything, like 2 days ago. Currently, it's in a little bit of a mess of exceptions and misfunctionality. So I'm trying to resolve a few problems that I have introduced. But for the most part, the base of it is there. Let me see if I can actually get it to. Everything's gray boxed right now. It's not pretty. This doesn't work because, okay, here, let me add a dummy function for this real quick so that I don't forget to add it next time. I can try to do a little demo here in a second. I'm in the middle of attempting to learn several things all at once too. Okay. You made that mistake a few times, not turning on version control in Unity. My I do have version control. I at least didn't make that mistake, but I'm attempting to change some things around, and it was some kind of system that I had already written for the stations here. I was trying to make them a little bit more flexible and also kind of clean up some boilerplate code that I had, but it ended up being a little bit more of a problem than it was worth. I wanted to make it so that I had code that was sort of the same between a bunch of between the two stations that I have. I saw some similarities, I saw some patterns, and I had one more that I was trying to implement. So I decided to make a types script that I could. I think I broke pickups. Nope, I didn't. Currently, I have two stations. This one makes balls, and this one takes balls, eats them, and then makes breadsticks. Boop. And then this one, I think, does both. It should work still. This one should make breadstick. Okay. It does not make ball. This is my double test. So this one is both of these stations in one, basically. And that was to try to test the changes that I was making. It seems like it's almost there. But there's also some potential fundamental reworks that I'm going over with Vanini right now. Vanini. Otherwise, this was my test for making a character controller, which I think is going pretty well, actually. It's physics-based. This is a capsule that is floating on a force right now. You can see the debug lines for those. So everything that has rigid bodies, this player can interact with by default without needing much extra code. And it also handles ramps pretty well because it's floating in the air. I also put feet on him because I thought it was funny. Ooh. I don't know why my nose has been so itchy the past few days. It is just in a constant state. It's cool, thank you. I plan for it to get a little bit more complex. Actually, what Vanini has been talking to me today about has given me the idea of making the stations take combinations of things. So I want them to be able to take multiple items in a sequence, and then if you put the right sequence of items in, and it can pull that sequence out, and it says, okay, well, I have these things, I can make something out of those, and then it'll push something out. I plan for this to be like a party game style thing, but it might turn out to be something else by the end of this. A crafting system, so to speak, yes. I was originally planning to have this be something kind of like Plate Up or Overcooked, where a bunch of people are scrambling around trying to manage timers and get things done, while a queue of NPC customers is asking for things. and I want it to be really easy to mess things up. Also, I plan to put in explosions at some point so that the players can ragdoll away. I'm not going to implement, I don't think, a full ragdoll. Oh, there's ads. No. I'll help all I can. Okay. Sorry, Vanini. I didn't ignore your message. Reminds me of space lines from the far out. You have a pilot and a spaceship. You have to pilot a spaceship and keep the passengers happy. That sounds, yeah, that's about on key with it. This one's not necessarily, well, I guess it depends on what you have to do to keep the spaceship flying. Probably managing all the systems of a spaceship are pretty comparable to what I'm planning on here. I eventually also plan to, you know, actually model things out so that they look nice. At least nicer than cubes and pills and spheres. Vinini, in response to your message, I assume, do you mean on, like, during or after a stream? I just want to be sure. I assume you're okay with being on a stream since you do stream, but doesn't matter. Okay. It'd definitely be a lot easier than trying to figure this out via text. Give me... Give me 1 second to figure out this thing first, I guess, and then maybe we can move on to the trying to change, picking things up. We can talk more about, like, the crafting system and whatnot like that. I should also probably get, I should go talk to Seetham. Do you want me to call you your actual name in a call on stream? Do you care about that? Doesn't matter. I've been calling you Vanini this whole time, just because... privacy, I guess. Currently, the station is being forced to implement this, which, while is, I guess, technically what I wanted, I have to make the children implement that, I think. I would have to have the children be forced to implement something like this. Which does force them to have it, I guess. However, I run into another similar problem, which is that the children aren't forced to implement iStation Interactive. There's no requirement for that to be there. Required interface attribute?
I still have like 2 hours to the stream, so we've got plenty of time to talk about that. I think, unless you're... Are you going to be around for the rest of the stream, Benini? We could do it today. Got nothing planned? Cool. I'll let you know when I'm ready then. Apparently I can technically do required interface. But this also kind of runs into the same problem of I don't have to type required interface. I'm trying to, the whole point of me doing this is I'm trying to write a contract so that if I ever forget what I require for things in my scripts, it will yell at me and say, hey, you've defined that you need this. Because I will forget. This is not an if, this is a when. Actually, this also brings about another problem, which is that this player script calls it from station. Okay, so it can't be the children that implement it. It's gonna have to be here. It has to be in station. It's kind of a combination of the thing that I had before, I guess. I don't know what this is. You would call it interface.onPlayerInteractive. Oh. Wait, in player, I would call interface? What am I, but I need the station. Brain hurty.
I'm forming wrinkles. Okay, let me check the docs. Static abstract or static virtual. Oh, I see. Make a new instance of the interface. Player you get interface. So the player talks to this. Oh, wait, is this public or private? That's private right now. So this would need to be public. Okay, okay, alright. Is this going to prevent the player from... or the stations from overwriting that, though? Because I need them to call this. I guess we can give it a shot and find out. Trigger.get component. Wait, what did I just make an instance of it inside the station for? I don't know. Some of this seems still a little messy. Like, I feel like there are loose ends. I didn't need to. Okay. This still feels... I don't know, like, having this... just having this here in general. In its defined state, such as that. Still feels a bit messy. Yeah, maybe we should go ahead and do the call on that one then. How's that? Let me take a break real quick. We can hop in a call so that maybe you can explain it a bit better. I'll be right back. Hello. Are you ready, Vanini? Vanini? Spooked. Alright. Let's jump into a call here. Where's the call button? Oh, there it is. My Discord unmuted? Oh, good. It is. They can hear you.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, first off, you don't need the iStation interaction in the actual station.
Oh. Wait, in order to... But I wanted to force it to implement the on-player interaction inside the children.
Yeah, but you don't need it in the station class.
Wait, so I don't need it to implement that interface at all?
Yeah, you don't need it. And then on the player, you get components. It's a bit more tricky, but it produces better results, I found. You get components mono behavior
From the
trigger.
Okay.
Yeah, instead of getting the iStation interaction path, you get components mono behavior. Components.
Get components?
Yes.
There's only one mono behavior on it though, I think.
It's just a generic thing. And then get rid of the or delete the on-player interaction part of it. And then actually, you probably need to take this out. Save it. Actually, you could okay. Technically, you could do dot first.
It's not the first object in the hierarchy.
Well, it will be. Just trust me.
Are we looking for the script? Like the station script eventually?
We're gonna be looking for the instance of the thing. So first X.
The instance of the
interface.
The interface.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, the interface is, well, I guess it might be by the end of this.
Yep.
In the scene.
Yeah, X lambda.
Oh, you know what? Here, hold on. I've got a little bit of a better idea.
You could also.
For you.
For me.
Yeah. Now you can... Well, okay, never mind. It didn't like that. It didn't like that so much that it closed Visual Studio.
Damn.
Well. I'll just open this one. I see it. Oh, hold on. It caused an overflow? The requested action has caused a stack overflow exception. Did I do that last time during play?
Don't know. Just clear it. Clear it and see if it goes away. Or not. Okay.
Well, it's a stack overflow exception. It'll go away.
Okay, so that didn't get saved. Actually,
no.
It'll probably be better if you take it out of the if statement. So it'd be
this.
Current focus trigger. Well, the if statement. Or rather, just that first section. You can leave the player interaction.
I'm just gonna comment it out and make a new one.
Yeah. So current dot get components. Mono behavior.
So we're getting the first.
You're getting all components. We're gonna do it the normal way, and then we're gonna simplify it, just
Okay.
so it's a bit. Because when I start talking in LinkedIn, people start to glaze over. Not LinkedIn, Link. So get rid of the first.
Oh, it's not first. Okay.
Yeah, just get rid of the first for now. Have that equal out to just a var array.
Oh, it doesn't like
Just
var.
name. Well, you don't need the brackets. The var will automatically make it
Fair enough.
square brackets. The var will automatically. All right. So yeah. So have it equal to that, and then do a for each. You're gonna need to put a semicolon.
Oh, yeah, I can. There we go.
Var mono. In your temp, and then if mono as the
that.
I no, it's the I
Okay, it doesn't like that.
does not equal.
Cannot implicitly convert iStation interactive to bool.
Yeah, yeah, does not equal null.
So we're finding an instance of iStation interactive. Currently, nothing is using the interface though.
Well, then it would. Then you put in your normal. We'll work on that next.
Okay.
And then you put in your if statement, but it would be mono dot on player interaction. Well, it'd be you'd have that if statement there still.
Oh, the one checking to see if the return value is.
Yes.
Why doesn't it know what this is?
Oh, okay. So get rid of the mono. You could okay. So put parentheses around mono.
Oh, you want me to cast it?
Yeah, as iStation interactive. Just write the iState as, or you could do that. You might have to put another set of.
I might need brackets. Yeah. There it is.
On player interaction. Held item. And you put that in your if statement and run the same on object taken.
Oh god.
For the time being.
Okay.
Alright. So what this does is it gets every mono behavior on an object, goes through each of them, finds all of them that is implementing the iStation interaction, and then runs the on-player interaction.
Mm-hmm.
So now if we go to your station,
The base or one of the individual subclasses?
the base.
Okay.
Just double check. Because I do have a bit of a lag.
Yeah, you got like
okay,
a 5-second delay or something.
Yeah, so go to one of the children.
Okay.
You don't need the override.
Yeah, I guess not.
that should solve that error. Yeah. So.
Sorry.
No, yeah, then everything should work out fine. So, no matter what station it is, they will always. You just need to go to your whatever the other station.
Yeah, so they all have access to that interface now, I assume. They can implement it individually.
Yeah, they implement it individually.
I guess that was kind of that. It still doesn't entirely solve the problem that I was trying to solve, which is that I can choose to just not implement it at some point. I was trying to write a contract to force myself to implement it on the stations. It's like I can go at it, or I could choose to just not at it. And then I just have this one. Then I can take this out. I don't know. It seems a bit. It still seems a little bit loose. On that front. And I mean,
Okay.
I can go add the required
Okay.
thing, but then I have to add that every child.
So, yeah. So if you go to base implement, and it has to fill it. This is by implementing the method cut creatively.
You're
Or the
kinda
base class.
cutting out a little bit.
Sorry, I'm mumbling to myself.
Okay, I just wanted to make
That's
sure.
all.
Wanted to make sure you weren't talking to me.
Okay, so what if you want to do that? Get rid of the interfaces in your children classes.
Okay. Whoops.
It's gonna error out, but that's.
It'll be fine.
Go to your main class. Implement it here.
Okay. And then I do the.
Then you have the right click on it, or I usually just do the Alt tab, but make it abstract.
Oh.
I usually do that, but get rid of all of the code underneath
And make it abstract? I didn't think I could make it abstract, because I tried that. Yeah, it doesn't like it.
What's the
Because the
error?
class is not abstract. And I can't make this an abstract class because I need it to be mono behavior.
Actually, you can make it abstract.
I mean, I can. It yells at me.
Well, as long as you're not making the station class a component itself.
It is. Well, I mean, the children are abstract, or are
Yeah, no, that
components.
should be fine. You just need to put back in the override. What's first? Oh. Yeah, it's because it's not an override.
Yeah. I was mostly just trying to get it to implement it in a way that Unity was happy with it without throwing warnings. Because it'll yell at me and say that it can't be that, but it won't actually stop it from being that.
Yeah, because you're not actually using it as a.
Wait, did it not like the overrides? Oh, I didn't save it. Wait, I pressed save all though. Okay, maybe that's it. We good? We're good. Okay. Yeah, that was the question. That was the main question that I've been trying to answer. Was whether I could just leave it like that and it's okay, or because it spits out all of these and for every station that I put in the scene. Which obviously they're not hurting anything, but
Yeah, but
I'd rather
you don't
they
have
not be there.
you don't have station on it, right? Like there
No,
isn't
these
a
these stations are the children. I've got furnace here, I've got ball producer here, and I've got breadstick converter here.
Yeah, no, that shouldn't be a issue. I know it'll yell at you for.
Yeah, it yells at me once. It's not a huge deal.
Yeah. No, yeah, that shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. That's good then.
Yeah, but with this is, you know that code we wrote earlier in player?
Yes.
That's the only code that will need to be run once the task object is converted to it.
Oh, so I won't need to detect whether it's a station or a
Yes.
task object, you mean?
Yes.
Well, I don't want it
Yes.
to run the if statement if it's a task object, I guess.
Well, the objects will. So if you go to your player again,
Yeah. Because currently the
What
task
you-
object is down here.
what you could do is you could have it, instead of return a well, you could have it return an int and have that be an ID based on what type of function you want it to have.
Oh, I'd probably make an enum for that, I guess.
That also works. An enum for the function.
Yeah.
So task objects would always return task object.
Because I think I see where you're going with this.
What you could also do is you could get the type of the mono behavior and check that against what you want.
Yeah, you'd have to find the component within the mono behavior, though.
Well, you already have that. That's what mono is. It's that component. It's just casted as a mono behavior. You can use reflection to get type and get the actual class it is. Or even get the parent class.
To mono and mono behavior. If I get the type on mono, wouldn't it just be mono behavior? Because I'm grabbing the component of mono behavior.
You can get the base class. So the lowest level class, and then you can go up one to get the parent of that. So you can get station, or you can get.
That's assuming the station's in that position, I guess.
Yeah.
Which I don't expect to. I don't want to assume that station is in a specific position on the object, or that it's in a specific position in the hierarchy, because I've actually had ideas to change that.
Yeah. Then your best bet might be an enum, a failed station and object or task object enum, with failed being -1 or something like that.
Possibly.
Because if it fails to if it errors in one of the stations, you aren't holding anything you interact with the station, you want it to return failed.
Yeah. It's basically a state check at that point.
Yeah.
And I guess this wouldn't be. Problem is, I'm in. This is the station tag.
Well, you'd remove the
I'd
station
remove
tag
that.
if you were to do that. Yeah. Basically, it would just be that it would go into that with just a bar temp, stuff like that.
I think I can kind of maybe clean up this loop too, because I don't think I'm going to need. I have the exact object that this thing should be on right now, so I should just be able to get it.
Well, that checks to make sure that just checks every mono behavior on the object.
I guess
So if it has more than one mono behavior, it won't.
Oh, I see what you mean. I was thinking mono behavior is a transform, I guess.
No, well,
But that's not what that is.
no. Basically, it's like when you do get component thing, you're just getting all the components on that game. Basically, getting all the components on said game object, and then checking to see which one has the interaction.
So then this would end up being a switch case.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't like that.
Well, it's because it's currently returning a bool right now.
What the? Wait, it doesn't like it because it's returning a bool?
Yes.
Parentheses required around. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure, parentheses required around switch governing expression. What are my parentheses currently doing?
Maybe it just needs a case? No? Oh, you are missing it. You're missing a open parentheses.
Is it gonna open parentheses? Where? Oh, I do see it. Yeah, you're right. Currently it's case true. And I'll come back and edit this later once I actually have the thing that I need to have in it.
And I'd probably just do a these false default. You don't really need the default.
I can do a case false.
And then just have it do nothing.
I might need the default, but I don't really have a default case in mind yet.
I just normally put in the default case just in case something fucks up somewhere.
Just in case?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I'm.
Does it make sense?
It does make
So far?
sense. Oh boy. Oh, that's from the last thing that I ran.
You just that looks like you just need some null checking on the input.
It was just compiling, or it wasn't compilation stuff. It was from the last time I ran it. Actually, it's from the current time that I'm running it now. Actually.
It looked like it was a no reference exception because it had
It was a null reference. It was calling it in here on the task object. Like it couldn't get the task object type, I think. It wasn't passing it anything.
Yeah.
Which it should have picked up by the default. The default should have triggered in that case, but I think because it's trying to get task object type, it can't run the default.
Yes.
So I'm going to have to... I'll have to take this out of here.
Well, you just need a null check.
But yeah, I'm going to have to take it out of there and put it in the null check. Is equal to bull? Whoa, whoops. I mean, technically correct, but not quite. Not entirely. There we go. It doesn't like that.
It's because you don't. You just put a.
Or I can put a default, I guess, down here.
Yes.
Either
Even though it should
way.
never happen. Actually, you should put the default back in.
Yeah, I was about to say I should add that back as a default. Actually, I did say that, I think.
Yeah.
But I think this also checks. This is basically a default without the default.
Well, it won't run the default code.
No. Well, it'll just exit the switch if it doesn't meet anything in the switch. and then it'll just run the false
but
anyways, which is basically
if you try
the
to
default.
if you try to put in like a breadstick, it won't produce anything.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Okay, so that's what you want.
Yeah,
Just make
it would be the case that I would write would be return false anyway for default.
Okay. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, breadstick shouldn't do anything with this one.
Okay.
It make ball, it take ball.
Okay.
Just like me. Alright, I'm probably gonna have to add that to a few of these then. Multiple. Whoops. Wait a minute. This is a
That one has a null. That one has a null check already.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, it's because
its player
it's
is
in the
holding
player.
null up here.
Yeah.
I made a second function for that? What in the world is wrong with me? This is the exact same thing as this one. But except this one's it's just in the main thread. Do I actually wanted to do that? No, I wanted to do this. Try take task object makes more sense in that scenario, but I think I might just put this in on player interaction.
Yeah.
Just so I don't have to. Right. Either way, I think it's pretty. It doesn't matter. I don't need this, and then I can just. If for whatever reason it gets in there, I have the other one. Although I do like the default. I'll change that later. That's not what we're here for.
Yeah. All right.
The next thing we're looking at is the player, I think, right? We have to go back to the player and fix the task objects.
Yeah, that's going to be a
portion of things.
two-part. That's going to be a two-part thing. It's going to be partially the player, partially the task object.
Actually, I don't need to add anything to that one. That's fine. Yeah, because this,
Yeah, you basically take that out.
I don't need that. And then I need to make an enum first, actually.
Yes. I don't know if you want that in the player. It should probably be
In
with
enums.
the player, or you have a enums class.
I do. I've got a folder for them all, yeah. Task, interactive objects. Oh boy, it's thinking. There we go. It's gonna replace everything with spaces, and then I have to tell it, boss. Public enum. I probably should have kept the name.
Yeah.
And then I didn't have to type it and misspell it again. Wait, I don't need parentheses on this. This isn't a function. How dare you put parentheses in my script?
I'm sorry.
Station, task object. Boy. Nope, that's it.
All right.
I could define those, but I don't want to.
It doesn't really matter. It's only if you're going to convert them.
And then I need player interaction. Whoops, not that one. I need this one to return interactive objects. And then I take...
Station's gonna break. Pretty much
Yeah.
everything's gonna break.
Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, it's because this one still says so.
Yeah. Great.
Ha-har. Ha-har. Oh, heck. Return fail, I guess.
Yeah. Pretty much anywhere it says false, return failed. It's true, return what this is. Station.
Magical. That's hilarious.
Oh. Yeah, you also have to try to change. Right.
Oh, no! Okay, I've made a decision then. That was easy. Wall. Just copy the front of this, maybe. Instead of the whole thing, I can say this is a station. I can say that this is not a station. This is a failure. Just like me.
Damn. Don't be so hard on yourself. You're doing great.
Doing better than I thought I would, honestly.
Would that be a fail? What's this producing?
It produces balls.
Oh, so you don't want it to return it. That makes sense.
The problem is it's not entirely truthful to have it return a fail because it is a station. I just
Yeah.
the
You're
true
just
and
not
false,
taking anything out of it.
the true and false. Well, the Boolean that I had was to control whether the player needed to remove key information about the object it was holding.
That's instead of fail, you could have no, like no
No.
no.
Just no.
You could have something along the lines of no
I could say fail tape.
no action.
No action is a good one too. And this one can be station take instead. And this one can be task object pick up. And I'll rename this to object interactions. Save everything.
All right.
Oh, whoa.
So now you just need to change the player switch case.
Yes. Oops, on station take. I need to have the thing in the thing with the thing. Why doesn't it know what this is?
Control space. Is it in A?
Oh, it's because I pasted it. And it was wrong. Because I renamed it.
Take. Taken. Action.
Took it. This this is inside of an update, right? Yeah, okay. Let's hope it never gets in here except for when it needs to. This is all happening in an update loop. Why?
You didn't put it.
I didn't put a comma. I mean a colon. I'm so schmott.
Shouldn't that be no action?
Guess it could be.
It could be default as well. 'Cause if no action also just does nothing.
Yeah, it would just, no action would just be nothing. So, I mean, I guess it would be a little bit more. I would have used all of the interactions in the enum if I didn't do that, but I don't really need to make the check, I guess. It just needs to be like the else.
Okay. So, go down to where you're picking up the item.
Yeah, so current pickup is handled by... This
Yeah, where
does
you're-
player stuff. And then this is an action. Well, I think currently it's a delegate event combo that I used. But it should be an action.
So,
And the task object assigns to it once the player enters the trigger.
okay, so what you're going to do is you don't need the event anymore.
I assumed not. Oh, you want me to delete it now?
Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to actually have a loop for what?
Let me comment it out just in case. Ads are about to start.
Oh no. Ads.
Oh no.
This would be really bad if I still didn't have my Twitch.
Not the additionals.
Alright. So the task object.
Say again?
The task object.
Oh, you want to go to task? Okay. Where did I put that? There it is.
So now what is the on-player interaction? Basically what normally gets run when the object gets picked?
It would be not that. It's this one.
So basically you're going to I'm just reading through the code.
No worries. Currently this gets appended to that event that was in player somewhere else. It does it on trigger enter, essentially, and then it takes itself out once it's inside of it. This is also not very stable though, because I'm pretty sure the on trigger enter happens on fixed update.
Yeah.
So sometimes it just doesn't remove it. So I'm not opposed to getting rid of this event. I've been looking for a solution to that for like a week.
Yeah, no, we'd be getting rid of the event.
Good.
It's just because you have to change object parent. I'm just trying to.
Yes. Yeah, I parent the task object underneath the player so that it moves with them.
Mm-hmm. On player interact. You'll call from it. Give me a second. I
Okay.
just need to look something up
Okay.
or ask Gary.
G-man.
Oh.
In the meantime, I need to remove reference.
So you said this was planning on being multi, right?
Planning on being what? Multiplayer?
Multiplayer. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I do.
So easiest way I can think of to get around it is to have some sort of game manager that's specific to that player. That basically a lot of your backbone multiplayer stuff would go off of, and basically use that as the player.
Use the manager as the player, the manager for picking things up.
Well, the player would have a reference to your player.
Okay.
Because it needs to keep track of your player. And then have the player in this be a reference to that player. Does that make sense?
I don't think so.
Okay. So in a multiplayer game, you usually have a game manager that basically keeps track of all the objects in their position so it can update them if someone else moves them.
Mm-hmm.
In that, it will have a reference to what your player is so it can listen to your movements.
I see. Okay.
So that game manager would have a reference to your player avatar,
Mm-hmm.
and you'd use that in this case where the player is currently to parent the object.
Okay. You're specifically solving the problem of parenting to the player.
Yes.
That picked it up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no way to get what called that player interaction interface without an external option, or by passing it in as a parameter.
Why did I word that like that?
Once you start talking about multiplayer stuff, it gets very confusing very quickly.
Yeah, that's kind of why I've been like, maybe I should have picked a smaller thing to do for my first game.
I've only just started getting Lethal Company's how Lethal Company's multiplayer server calls are set up, and it's a pain.
Yeah. There's probably a lot of server stuff I'm not going to be able to test on stream too, just because, or a lot of multiplayer stuff I'm not going to be able to test on stream because I might have to like do IP.
No, you'd be able to
manage my own IPs.
No, you'd be able to. You would basically have to basically anytime you want to test multiplayer, you'd have to make a build of the game. You'd start one to host the game, and then you'd run the build. Well, you'd run the Unity project as the host, and then you'd run the build as the client, or vice versa, depending on what you want to test. But you just run them both on your local machine, so then your IP would just be local host.
That's fair. I can see that working.
Well, that's how I tested in Lethal. So.
Well, I mean, as somebody who has no idea how to implement any of that, I can see that being the idea of how that works.
Yes.
It
but
makes
anyways,
sense on paper, but I don't know how to do any of that. I don't even know how to start approaching that just yet.
Yeah, no, we're not on that quite yet. Or you're not on that quite yet, I should.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to be watching the streams anyway, so.
Yeah.
Follow along. Yeah, so then you just need to implement the interface. If you haven't already, but
I haven't. I removed it actually.
yeah,
I'll
so
go put
you
it
want
back.
to implement the interface. There's a slight way we can get around this for now. That's easy.
To a global. Let me finish this to do real quick.
Yeah.
To facilitate multiplayer. I can probably start this being a single player experience until it looks in a
Yeah.
state where I want to try to implement multiplayer. I think that's my current plan.
Yeah. I mean, there's an easy way to get around this player thing. I was trying to think. It's just finding the player in the scene and getting the player script from it.
But yeah, that's kind of why I originally had it in this event kind of style. Was I wanted the player would pass itself basically, or the task object would pass itself to the player essentially. It knew which player it had a reference to. It knew what it was messing with. It's just whoever's touching it is who it sends to.
Yeah,
And I
that's
would
a
have to
good
find a way
way.
to prioritize it.
That's a good way to do it in multiplayer, but for single player right now, it can be done. It can be done. It can be done with just finding the player in the scene.
True. Yeah. In order to, so that I don't have to go write a global object manager.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Wouldn't it be the object interactions
What?
for the interface? Because you put void.
Oh, you're right. Sorry for the return type. I thought you were asking me to replace the function with it.
No. That just. So I guess the first thing would be the if it's not null, just return fail.
Actually, if it is null, if it's not null, return fail. You're right.
Or no action, as it's called.
Yes.
That means players are already holding an item, and we don't want to do it.
Correct.
Then you pretty much probably next thing would be player.
Oh, whoops.
You're basically going to make a local thing of player, so we can copy over the code.
A local player.
A local instance of player, just in that function. It's just so when you copy over the code from the on-player interaction, it just works.
Just get object in scene, I guess.
I think it's find object.
Is it find? It is find. Find object of type. That's it. Player.
Yeah, you can find up, and I think that returns. Yeah.
And then I should just be able to do most of this, I think, right?
Yeah, then you can just copy paste pretty much that minus the events.
Minus the events. Well, actually, I'm gonna need the events still, I think, right? Because this is essentially the same thing.
Probably the dropped event, but you won't need the pickup.
Let's just copy the whole thing, and then I'll remove things. Hello, CT. Good morning.
Hello.
I'm joined by Vanini today.
Hello. Yeah, you just don't need me.
I still have stream elements. I don't need this. As a matter of fact, maybe I should just go ahead and get rid of that hole. Oh shit. Wait, what else is referencing this? Oh, it's all the event interactions. Whoops, that's not the right key combo. Excuse me. That's not
You
returning
just need to
anything.
put a return on.
Why did I capitalize that?
I keep forgetting I'm like 5 seconds behind.
Yeah. It's a bit, that's why I tried to stream it in Discord. I think I've tried that before, and for some reason Discord just doesn't like Visual Studio.
That makes sense. Did it work? Object. Yep. And then in the player, you just do the object.
Player needs to what?
In the task object.
Oh, back in task object.
Item. Oh, yeah, that, yeah. No,
Oh.
no, you don't need to call it there. You just need to put it in the switch case.
Brain hurt.
Alright.
I have a tendency to, if someone's like walking me through something, I just shut my brain off.
That's fair.
I need to
I'm
not
trying
do
to take
that.
it as slow as possible.
No, you're doing good. On pickup event is not what it is. Pick up item. But it's your function. What do you mean you don't know what it is? Oh, you have to pass something to it, don't I? I do. Does this need to be an if statement?
It'd be,
No, because it's returned
do-
that it can.
you could do mono dot task. Mono as task.
Whoa.
Oh,
Control
I
A
see
is
what
in
you're.
danger.
I see what you're woeing about.
Yeah, yeah.
That would basically that'll return the class it, whatever the component that
Yes.
player interaction did, as a task object, which
Yes.
it should be if it's running this.
I've never done just like a generic mono grabber like this. I usually try to make sure that I have the actual thing and that I know how to get it.
Yeah, this is. I've
is
only learned this
non-deterministic.
recently.
Uh,
Yeah, oh, unfortunately, a lot of modern programming is exactly like that.
ew.
That whole where you don't know what anything is.
Yeah, I think
That's
I've
just how it
seen
should.
that. I think I've seen that in a lot of Python programming. I look up example of Python or like GD script, and it's just vars everywhere. Like nothing
Okay, so
nothing
the-
is actually defined.
So the var, so there's only one var you really have entirely, and that's the var as I. Actually, no, that could be I interactable too. Actually, no, you don't even need vars in that whole entire.
Oh, you know what?
You can
Hang on.
actually label them as mono behaviors.
Let me rename this from station.
I interactive.
I
So
you were
back to
saying,
that
you were saying
later.
that I could rename the mono. Or I could stop
Well-
the mono being a var.
Yeah, so basically, for each mono behavior, that's literally. You can actually hover over all the vars, and it'll tell you what they should be. And if it remains var, then you just don't choose it.
Mono behavior then.
Yeah, so that one would be mono behavior, and I think the other one would be mono behavior, right?
Yeah, this would definitely be mono behavior.
Yeah, the other var would be mono behavior.
Okay, apparently it wouldn't be mono behavior.
Array. You need to put
Ah.
the square brackets. Square bracket.
Oh, that's right, because we're doing get components.
So yeah, that removes all the vars.
Good. I'm glad. Still scary, but
Yeah, yeah.
just give me the object. I don't want to have to look for it every update.
Well, you wouldn't need to. It only would be when you push down.
Yes,
On
it
the-
should
it
only
only
be
for
on
one
an
frame.
interaction attempt.
That should work now.
Oh, hold on, it should work after I save.
Yes, that is a very good. That always happens. Like, it should work now. Doesn't work. Why?
What happens?
Oh, I didn't save.
Why have we done this? Well. Oh, I might have to go fix a drop too, because drop is still currently using an event.
Well, drop wouldn't be with the interaction. 'Cause it's done in a different keybind,
It is indeed.
and I don't think you need to really abstract it out, because you'd really only be dropping task objects,
Oh, hold on.
at least for now.
Yay, the events aren't colliding with each other anymore.
Yeah, so you could technically even keep the dropped event.
The dropped event might still cause problems, because there was an issue where if I did some combination of like picking up and dropping, or like running in and out of triggers, it would say that I was still holding an object and that I couldn't drop anything.
Okay.
Which, I mean, that does still sound like a problem with the pickup, not the drop, but you know, maybe. The
Maybe
drop
it'll
might
fix.
have
Actually,
its own problems.
maybe it'll fix it now because you're technically running the pickup in sequence. So it would finish the complete pickup sequence before it would check if a item was dropped.
Make me bread. Nice.
That was not. Oh, okay. I was like,
This
is it not working?
No. It's gotta. If you look in the console, it'll tell you. It's like showing the timer going.
Yeah. I see. Yeah, now, if you add anything else, like if you wanted to add, I don't know, tools to clean up your kitchen,
Yeah.
you could technically have that, and it would,
Oh.
And you
yeah,
could use
that's
the
good.
same- you could use the same interaction. So you could use the same interaction and just add to that.
I like it. This is a much smoother, cleaner method. It was a little weird to wrap my head around, but I understand it now.
Yeah. No, yeah, interfaces are a bit weird.
I've only ever
Also,
used
You
interfaces. in-
changed that other one to be produced a ball on when you double.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, this
You're
one
currently-
produces balls, but it's only when I'm not holding anything, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay, well, I'll have to go fix that part. But otherwise, this seems like a good structure for things. It's take ball, it make ball, just like I wanted.
Nice.
I'm thinking either I can like have things be upgradable so that you can say, oh, I want to consolidate these two stations.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can instead of having the one that makes balls and the one that takes them and makes breadsticks, you just buy this one instead, and you can reduce the amount of clutter in your space.
Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, and if you wanted to change how the if you want to make a script to do something while you're like AFK, you would just call that same function the on-player interactive function.
Oh. It's so versatile. I love interfaces. Friendship ended with events.
I mean, events are good.
Friendship
for
ended
some
with events.
things. Okay.
We don't need them anymore. They're obsolete. I need to make I need to make a machine that I can put a breadstick in now, so that I can get rid of some of these.
Make it a garlic breadstick machine. It accepts a breadstick and makes garlic breadstick.
I'm gonna make it. I'm just gonna make a green breadstick, and that's what it spits out. I've all of this honestly was because I don't have an idol that works with the breadstick machine anymore for the stream.
Well, even now you could technically write a test script, do that on player interaction, and just put in the ball. Just put in just put in a new ball object.
Mm-hmm.
Or a new ball task object class. And it should just run the machine.
New balls. I do see something that I need to fix, actually.
What is that?
I can try to put more balls in this machine while it's running. And they just disappear.
Yeah. Well,
I think that'll do.
Do you need any more help?
I don't think so. Not for today. I'm getting close to my end time anyway.
Awesome.
So I'll probably wrap up here pretty soon.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming.
I hope I helped.
You did.
And if you need my help, you know where to find me.
Yes, I know where you live.
Yes. Goodbye, Dr. Squawks chat.
Goodbye,
Keep
Vanini.
supporting this wonderful fellow.
Give me your money.
I shall leave playing the song of my people.
All he needed was one word. I won't ever support him again. Thank you. Just everyone who doesn't support me will only fuel my rage, and then eventually I will become the evil mastermind of the world. Through sheer spite. That's assuming that I can remember what I've eaten for breakfast. I don't have the energy for that, you're right. That sounds like a lot of work. I will be fueled by a rage eventually. It will cause me, That's also a good point. You've got capacity for it at the very least. but I don't think you would be. With great power comes great responsibility. Comes great disposability. Why am I clicking through scripts? I was trying to fix the furnace. Focus. I need... Wait, if no. Oh, only if you're holding nothing. Yeah. I think I can get rid of this. No, I can't. Scheiße. Because of that, because of the switch, I can't get rid of that. But I need it. I don't want to write that twice. Ads are starting in 20 seconds. I could store this. I could store task object into a variable, maybe. Sometimes you have to, but no. I could store this into a variable. That would be an action, though, and I don't really want to store an action, I don't think. Why did I cut it? I could make it less of a guard clause and instead I wonder if this would be cleaner. It might not be cleaner, but I'm willing to try it. That's kind of cleaner. Not exactly, because I still have to write it twice. But it is at least... It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I just reversed it. I just inverted it. That's the same thing. I did the same thing. Frick. I think the other way is just as clean. Let's just do that. Whatever. I have to. Go to the default break, and then you have to write it once. That's true, instead of just having it do a return. It just breaks out of it with this way around. Then it does a break. So then it should just exit and continue to here. It's not a half bad idea. And otherwise, it just ignores this completely and does this anyway. Oops, uh-oh. I'm dragging things. I don't know why I was so hell-bent on having the return in there. Hell-bent on loving you all night long. There was something else I was going to fix in this. What was it? I think it was also inside of Furnace. I think the stations right now also are technically spawning the objects inside of them. I think it's technically spawning the objects inside of itself and then forcing it out. And that's why it looks like it has momentum when it comes out. So I maybe should at some point... Oh, that was the other thing I was going to fix. It was the converters, in general, I think. Currently, you can push more stuff into them while they're doing the conversion needing. I threaten to jump into a furnace on a regular basis. Don't do that. I can't recommend against that enough. It hurts. It's very hot. I want to sleep. Start converting. It hurts is the idea. I thought that was not the idea. I thought the idea was to make it not. I didn't. That's it. We're done. Can I put an if statement in here? Well... Darn. I'm gonna need to make a property for this, I think. Well. Bah. Pain to more pain to sweet release. I understand it now. Whoa. There we go. If both these things are true, we're in the middle of processing you. I guess technically I could just look at this. They both get reset at the same end. It's fine. It's like a failsafe. More calculation than I actually need to do, though. I don't like it. Never mind. Arithmetic. Arrivederci. So then I check it out here, but that seems really stupid. Oh no, it's its own thing. Haha! Brain good. Well, that's only if... Fuck. Oh no, wait, this should be a break. This should be a break. Yeah. Now it should work properly. Why are you spaces? Stop being spaces. Be tabs instead. I command thee. Right. Can we go to the Unity? Thanks. E. 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 Might have to make specific functionality inside of combos like this, so that if they're processing something, maybe you can't grab stuff out of them. Maybe on some you can, but maybe on this one you can't. Well, it's about 6 o'clock. I've been live, I think, for 9 hours. 8 hours? 8 hours. I don't think I started exactly at 9. But I think it's probably a good place to wrap up before I start something else and send myself down the inevitable rabbit hole. 8:17. This about right. Wait. There we go. Okay. I am gonna go eat some food. I've got pattied meat that I have to consume over the next 4 days. And I still haven't made buns. Tried to account for the delay and failed. You were close. It was on like 50 or 40 something when I think whenever it came here. Your delay isn't that large. It's only like 5 seconds. If anybody's hanging around, hasn't seen the links, there they are. I have a Twitter, I have a Discord where I talk about things. I post how many hot dogs I drop on the floor. And I have a YouTube archive for all of the streams that are here. I am currently in the process of uploading the last few still. I've got to stitch some of them together because my internet decided to die in the middle. So I'm going to be doing that probably tonight. Maybe I find somebody to raid. I do have a raid message, by the way. There's that. If you would like to stick around for it, let's see who's on. Who? Or do I have any friendos on? Gosh, I haven't been to their stream in a long time. Oh, Gilded Guy's online. Tara's playing Final Fantasy. I don't know if you guys have ever been to the 8-Bit Drummer's stream, but he's like he's pretty fun. He live plays to music. Usually it's video game music. But like people will donate to him and they'll give him song suggestions and I'll have to try to play the drums to it live. Steve's on. Steve sketches. What's he doing today? Oh, today's a sketchathon. Pay him a little bit of money, tell him what you want him to draw, and he'll draw a really detailed sketch of it within a time limit. The amount that you pay determines the time limit. It's a pretty good strategy, I think. Looks like Steve
might be the winner of this. I've been raiding into Steve quite a bit recently. I think it's like 2 or 3 times. He's only been up for 7 minutes though. Wait, hold on. Is that 7 minutes or 7 hours? I think that's 7 hours. That's probably not a good idea. Let's raid into the 8-bit drummer. Why not? It's gonna probably be a little bit louder than it is here. It won't be as calm. He's a high energy fellow.
Words of wisdom that would have worked very well about 10 minutes.
There you go. There's a little, there's a little taste of what he sounds like. He's a swell guy. All right, let's go say hi. Wow. Yeah, he's pretty high energy. He likes Pokemon a lot too. He's actually surrounded by Pokemon right now. I'll be back tomorrow with Prince Vade for Borderlands. We're switching things up. We're not doing Dauntless anymore. We're gonna stop Dauntless. It wasn't what we thought it was gonna be. So instead, we're gonna do a co-op Borderlands playthrough. Stay tuned for that. No, leave. Bye. Actually, don't leave. We're raiding. Bye.